Okay, good morning everyone. So can I welcome everyone to Mid Suffolk's Development Control Committee A. Just need to remind us some of the domestic arrangements before we make a start. Can I please ask you to ensure that you maintain social distancing from other persons while in the chamber and in the communal areas. Please do ensure you wear a face mask at all times unless you are sitting down, or of course if you're exempt from doing so. And that can I remind you to please use hand sanitizers and the wipes provided. Can you please ensure microphones are turned off when you're not actually speaking? And please can I ask people not to interrupt each other or other speakers, or to hold separate conversations when others are speaking. If you are attending the meeting to speak and persistently interrupt the meeting, you may be asked to leave. Can I ask everyone just to check their mobile phones are at least on silent or switched off? And can I also ask those that have laptops open to make sure the volume's right down so we don't get pings coming in as your emails gather. Thank you. We will be using the e-voting system today for this meeting on the modern.gov app. So could I ask members just to make sure you are logged on and ready to use the app if you can. I know some people can't do that today. I'd like to remind everyone present this meeting is being broadcast live on the internet and will be capable of repeated viewings. The whole of the meeting will be recorded except where there are confidential or exempt items. If you make a representation to the meeting today, you will be deemed by the Council to have consented to being recorded. By entering this meeting as a speaker, you're also consenting to being recorded by the Council and to the possible use of sound recordings for webcasting and or training purposes. The Council, members of the public and press may record, film, photograph or broadcast this meeting when the public and press are not lawfully excluded. If you hear the alarm today, can I please ask you to leave the building immediately via the fire exit and make our way to the assembly point at Ipswich Town Football Ground. Follow the signs directing you to the fire exit at each end of the floor. Please do not enter the atrium, which is the ground floor area and walkways. If you are in the atrium when the alarm sounds, please also follow the signs to the nearest fire exit. Please do use the stairs and not the lifts, and do not re-enter the building until we're told it is safe to do so. Well, that covers that off. So just quick introductions. There may be some members of the public here who haven't been to a planning meeting before. So my name is Matthew Hicks. I will be chairing this meeting. I'm one of the councillors, and with my colleagues here on my immediate left, we're the councillors that will make a decision on the applications before us today. At Mid Suffolk District Council, you may not vote on an application in your own ward, but you may speak. We also have Philip Isbell, the Chief Planning Officer. We have Ian Duprez, our Legal Advisor. And we have Mandy and Claire, our Governance Officers. And during the morning, you'll see case officers coming in to present applications one at a time. So I'm going to move on to the agenda, but just before we do that, we have had two of the agenda items that won't be heard before committee today. And these are the item, first of all, number C in our papers, DC 210563, the land south of Forest Road, Onehouse, and the DC 204296, Stonham Barns. Both of those applications have been withdrawn from the meeting today. Okay. So, first item on the agenda, apologies for absence and substitutions. Do we have any, please?
Thank you, Chair. We have apologies from Councillor Humphreys and Councillor Caston is substituting.
Thanks very much. Okay. Do we need to receive any declarations of pecuniary or non-pecuniary interest by members? Councillor Caston.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have a non-pecuniary but slightly vague interest. Just for transparency, in 8F, the Great Bricett Business Park, I've got a cousin who, in a separate job, does visual and light impact appraisals, and she's a director of the company I'm in, which do not do the same business. That's a completely separate company that she's done that for, but purely for transparency.
Yes, sorry, am I logged on here? Yes, Chairman, Councillor Caston has taken my advice, and I think I have understood correctly. Your cousin, who's also a partner in your farm business, you've not benefited from the professional fee that she has charged the applicant in this matter. And you said it was a separate business.
Yeah, no, in no way.
No way, so that's fine. I thought it ought to be declared, but it's not a problem.
Okay, thank you for that. I think it's always best, if unsure, just to have that declaration. Okay, so we'll move on to declarations of lobbying. Any received? Yeah. Councillor Mansell.
I've been lobbied by the county councillor for AE. Haven't we all? I assume we've sent it to everybody.
I saw an email, yes. Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Anything else? No? Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on. Any declarations of personal site visits by members? None received? Okay, none, thank you. So we've got confirmation of the minutes of two meetings before us. So the first ones we will do will be let's do them in date order. So the first ones will be Wednesday, the 8th of December. Do you remember we had a look at these last time and we just had to make a quick change? Has everyone seen the revised version? Can I have a proposer to accept the minutes? Yes, Councillor Eburn, and seconded by Councillor Passmore. The Governance Officer will now conduct an electronic vote on those.
Thank you, Chair. Members, if you select the cross in the top right-hand corner of your app and scroll down, this vote is now in progress. Councillor Field. Accept. Thank you. Thank you, members. Chair, that's 7 votes for and 1 abstention.
Okay, thank you very much. And then we move on to the minutes of the meeting held on the 12th of January. Again, they've been circulated to us. If you are happy, if there's... nope, you want to come in. Councillor Eburn.
Thank you, Chair. Page 21, so the first page of those minutes, it doesn't give any details of who was in attendance. I know that Councillor Geek spoke at the meeting on the application in her ward, and I assume there were case officers attending as well, so that's all been missed off page 21. Thank you, Chair. I couldn't tell you who.
Thank you, Councillor Eburn. I think we've had a technical hitch on those ones, so I'll reissue those.
Thank you, well spotted. Okay, so we'll move on. 2, do we need to receive any notification of petitions in accordance with the Council's petition scheme? No, the minutes are coming back. Yeah. So do we need to receive any notifications of petitions in accordance with the Council's petition scheme?
None received, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll move straight on to the schedule of planning applications. We're going to stay in the same order as they are in the paper. So the first application is DC 21 00609, land to the south of Airfield and north of Castleton Way I. So I'm going to hand over to the case officer Daniel Cameron to introduce the item to the committee.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we've got a reserve matters application for phase 1 of development on land to the south of Airfield and north of Castleton Way in The reserve matters deal with matters of appearance, landscaping, layout and scale for 138 dwellings, including affordable housing, car parking, open space provision and associated infrastructure. If we look at the aerial map, we have the outline of the entirety of the site approved by the outline application. Matters of access were also agreed at outline stage, and I'll keep pointing this out for members, but it's quite an important consideration. The main access for the development is to come from Castleton Way, and it's to come through the site. There is then to be a parcel of land developed here at the top for 15 dwellings and a care home, and that is the only parcel of land within the entirety of the site that is allowed to make access onto Lantern Grove. And I'll go through, as we come through the master plan and the phase 1 works show how we've kept that in place. If we come slightly further out, we can see Eye Airfield immediately to the northwest of the site. We then have the rest of Eye to the south and to the east. We have Yaxley over in the west, and then we have the edge of Rome up at the top. If we move on to the constraints map, you can see we've got some potentially contaminated land. We've already addressed matters of land contamination within the outline application, and that is acceptable, and we have detailed conditions on the outline to address those matters as well. The other thing to note is we've obviously got a number of listed properties on this road into Eye, and obviously we've got the higher concentration within Eye itself and within the conservation area of Eye itself as well. We've also got a number of public rights of way, and it's a shame that so many of them are under this grey here. But we have a number that crisscross the site, one that passes through, and as we move on, I'll go over a connectivity plan for you members that just details that and shows how connectivity within the site will join up with the public rights of way as well. We've also got the this blue area, that is the high pressure gas buffer zone. We have no housing within the scheme within that buffer zone, and we also have a number of biodiversity elements that again have been picked up with ecology consultants at outline stage, so we already have conditions in place on the outline to address those. To just take a quick step back, members, this is the master plan that was approved as part of the outline. Again, you can see this green buffer that separates this topmost parcel of development from the rest. A walking route is to be provided such that pedestrians could make access to Langton Grove, but there's no car route through there to be brought forward, such that the only dwellings that can make their access here will be the ones that we'll talk about in the next item. All the other development that forms part of the site, parcels 13A, 13B, 13C and 14, all make their connection in on Castleton Way. This application deals with parcels 13A, parcel 13B and part of parcel 13C. So if we come back, the red line outline indicates the site area that we'll be looking at reserved matters for today, members. We've got a little spur coming up here. This is part of the spine road that runs through the site, and we'll come on to that in more detail. But also we've got this spur off. This is to provide a walking route to Victoria Hill as part of these phase 1 works, and to provide greater connectivity into Eye and through the site as well. Just turn now to the site layout. We've got 138 dwellings being provided within this parcel. Of the 280 approved outline, there are 15 to be considered within the next item before committee, leaving 127 that would form part of a phase 2 works that would come forward at a later date. Obviously, as part of the outline as well, members, you'll see from the report in front of you that we've got additional, we've already got a section 106 agreed on the site, and parts of that are outlined in section 10.1 of the report. And at the very end of the report, after the recommendation, we've also outlined the conditions briefly for you as they form part of the outline. So we're not in a position where we might be requiring conditions to be added on again. That's not the one for the red dot. So you can see we have this access. This is to be provided by a roundabout off Castleton Way. It's my understanding that we could, at the moment we have discharge of conditions applications in, and we have discussions ongoing with the Highway Authority over the provision of this roundabout. From there, we then have a spine road that travels through the site, and then we'd have additional arterial routes connected off, and we'd have parking provided off those arterial routes. We have a number of large areas of open space within the site, and we also have some detailed landscaping plans as well, showing the extent of tree planting within the site. The only exception to this, I would point out for members, is this area here. This is an area of archaeological potential, and is therefore kept slightly freer of planting where it may then have potential for root growth in coming years to come forward and interfere. So I mentioned previously we've got this connectivity plan. So the public rights of way are shown in red. We have them running north-south, and we have this one running through the site and adjacent to the allotments adjacent to the site as well. The main route through the site is shown in yellow, and it doesn't show very clearly, so I'm just outlining it with the red dot for you members. But we'll have pedestrian and cycleways provided along the main route through. We've got an additional walkway through public open space to be created around this curve. We also have additional walkways through public open space in the south of the site and through the north of the site, and we have the additional pedestrian connection through onto Victoria Hill. In terms of the design of the site, this has been brought forward through a number of character areas, and that's detailed for you in section 5.2 of your report, members. In terms of character areas, we have character area 1, which is this gateway feature served from the roundabout, and will be the first view of eye you see as you approach from the A140 down Castleton Way, and it's outlined in this sort of beigey colour for you members. We have a green edge, so we have a looser urban grain of development closer to the countryside, and this is outlined with these greens. We have the Hayward Gateway, which constitutes this teal section of the crescent around this southern piece of open space, and then also framing the open space to the north. And then within these orangey brick-coloured sections, we have a tighter, denser grain of development that forms the neighbourhood housing as we sort of come closer to those aspects of the development members. I just want to run through some of the house types, because what we have is within those character areas certain aspects of the architecture that you would normally see within the town of Eye have been brought forward and demonstrated, such that you get an idea of the place through the house types, and we have a number of different options. So these are the same house types and the different treatments that will be affected to them within the different character areas. So this would form part of semi-detached housing within character area 1. We then have a very different approach to the same house type, use of render, use of door cases, use of slate to roofs. We have chimneys on certain buildings to create interest at roofline level. And you'll be able to see that as we move through the presentation when we come to look at the street scenes provided for you as well, members. We then move into character area 2, the green edge. We've got a greater use of brick. We've got use of brick detailing in string courses and dental courses. We've still got slate to roofs, predominantly red brick, some use of render. We have a move to the neighbourhood housing areas, so we have this tighter grain. We don't have as many architectural features. We don't have those sort of flared brick arches over windows. We have uniform soldier courses, but when I come to show you the photos surrounding the site as well, members, you'll see that actually these areas interface with existing development within Eye fairly closely. So actually there is a need to make sure that we aren't creating a totally different character type, that the two can sort of be seen together. If we come on now to a more traditional 4-bedroom unit, again, character area 1, we have use of render, we have use of bay windows to create dual frontage. We have some use of clay pan tiles and brick plinth. We have stone coins on the edge of buildings. Again, moving to character area 2, we again see the brick detailing, slate roofs. We again see some interest in dual frontage and the use of bays. Again, character area 3, this sort of area that flanks the two main pieces of open space within the site. And then character area 4, a sort of more traditional appearing unit, use of cream render, off-white render. And you'll see from the street scenes, this top street scene just details part of this gateway, and it details this part of the gateway that sort of as you would come from the roundabout and curves around, and we have some 3D drawings as well that will better illustrate the curves for you members, but we have this sort of interesting roof line, varied roof heights, number of chimneys. We have the buildings articulated well around the curve. We have a number of sort of courtyard access areas to come through. We then sort of move into an exemplar of this green edge around the other site. We have the use of small dormers at roof height occasionally. We have the string courses. We have this more regular pattern of development. We have some units turning corners to better frame access points and onto open spaces as well. Again, we come through, we have examples across this crescent, the Hayward Green fronting onto this. Southerly part of public open space, we have a higher degree of single-storey units. Again, we have brick, we have some use of height to denote key landmarks and key visuals within the site. We have units articulated to turn corners so we can get double visibility onto those parts here. And then we also have a part of this sort of more neighbourhood scale of development. Again, we have this use of brick, we have this use of render, we have slate, we have pan tiles within it. And if I move on to the 3D scenes, this is part of the gateway, so you can get a better idea of how that articulates around the curve. So we have these bespoke house types created that actually will transition round. We have use of a number of different colours of render as well, so it's quite emblematic of the more sort of historic sections of Eye. We have the units fronting onto this green edge. We have these larger, looser, larger gardened areas. We have the brick detailing. We have occasional chimney use. We have occasional use of slightly taller buildings to create interest. And then coming around, we have the very edge of the Hayward Green. We have the bungalows. We have the frontage on, and we have occasional two-storey development there as well. In terms of affordable housing, the strategic housing team have been consulted and are happy with what's been brought forward. We have a mix of affordable rent, shared ownership and discount market rate units, and we have 28 affordable houses being provided within the scheme entirely, and that is consistent with what is agreed within the Section 106 agreement. We also have a materials plan showing sort of the mix within the site and how the different areas are to be characterised by their materials choices. And then I think the other thing to bring on to is the open space detailing. In consultation with the public realm team, they are content with what's been brought forward, and they're pleased to see so much open space being delivered within the site. They know Eye is sort of slightly deficient in terms of the amount of open space it can offer its residents. So they're pleased that we have quite a lot, and they're pleased that we have quite a lot of connectivity through the site into Eye, meaning that the open space doesn't just be used by the residents of the site, it's open to the residents of Eye more widely. You'll see we've got a densely tree-lined main spine road running through the site. We have additional planting up on this edge as well and around the entrance. If we move through, we see that tree-lined avenue continue round through the spine road, and that continues to run down. We then have walkways connecting the site north to south, coming up into this area of open space. We have some sort of desire lines running through. And then if we come across as well, you can see we've actually got some sort of linear features here to connect into the allotment site. We've got this large crescent-shaped area here at the south. We've also got a small pocket park within the site, and then that spine road continues up through, and we'll get additional landscaping details for the phase 2 application at the time that comes forward. We have a number of EV charging points throughout the site, and we also have cycle parking provided for all the dwellings. Where we have courtyard parking, we have ducting being provided there, so that when later EV might want to be installed within the different units, that can be achieved. We also have additional sustainability measures being brought forward, and you'll note from late papers that we have comments from the Council Sustainability Officer responding to the submission by Persimmon and Pegasus. So we have some photovoltaic panels being installed on southern-facing roofs within the site. We're hoping to have additional options within the sales package within the site for additional photovoltaic panels to be available within the site. We have insulation on the dwellings exceeding the requirements of building regulations, and we have calculated emission rates for the development should also exceed the requirements of building regulations in that regard as well. We do have gas condensing boilers being proposed for use at the beginning of the development. Obviously, as building regs change and the requirement becomes the norm for air source heat pumps, we have taken that into account, and there is design consideration being made to allow those air source heat pumps to come in to buildings without significant change. But obviously we are waiting for building regs to catch up with that. I'll also just quickly note as well, in terms of comments, in terms of public comments to the scheme, we have comments being raised about the wind turbines on Eye Airfield. Throughout the design process, shadow flickering has been addressed, so we shouldn't have any issues, although we do have conditions on the turbines on Eye Airfield to require baffles to be provided, and previous enforcement action has seen those provided and altered and changed, so I see no reason why we couldn't do the same again. The other comment that was made with regard to responsibility for maintenance of buffer zones and amenity areas with the site, that's already dealt with within the section 106 that we've already agreed on the outline application. Quickly run through a few views of the area. This is Castleton Way. As you move into Eye, we have existing semi-detached units on the north side. We have obviously the hospital and the school on the southern side, and this is looking the other way, so we have the additional red brick concrete pan tile development on the north side. This is heading up towards the A140. This is further on, and you see the field on the right hand side, and this forms part of the development. We can just see the airfield turbines off in the distance. And then as we view through up towards the countryside, you know, we can see the topography of the site is fairly flat, it's fairly undulating. We have these sort of desire lines created by pedestrians making walking routes across here and connecting up with the public rights of way. And we obviously then looking back from the site towards development along Castleton Way. So we have the rear part of this first estate that currently forms the edge of Eye. And then if we look towards the countryside, we can see some trees off in the distance. And again, towards the airfield, we're flat, we're generally undulating, we're not anything else. I'll stop there because we're about to enter the wonderful world of house types. And unless members have any specific comments about house types, I might leave those for debate. But with regards to the application, the recommendation before members is that we approve the reserve matters. We've brought forward a scheme that is in accordance with the adopted development plan and in accordance with the Eye neighbourhood plan. We have a section 106 scheme already agreed. We have a number of conditions already agreed that we're complying with, and we have a development layout that takes its opportunities to create a new access way, a new entry point, a new visual frame with which to enter the town. And yes, I'll leave it there for questions, Chair, and I'll answer any that may come forward.
I've got a whole bunch, but who wants to go first? Yeah, Councillor Passmore.
Thank you very much, Matthew. Just two or three fairly quick questions. There's quite a lot of correspondence in the papers regarding the housing mix, not the type of housing. I don't have a difficulty yet. Has this proposal, has it satisfied the issues, particularly for smaller homes? The proportion in there has been addressed. There's a comment, I think it's on between page 50 and 54, the various comments, the distribution of the units in there in order to help particularly first-time buyers. Has that been satisfied? So that's one question. I don't know if you want to answer that first, but there's two other points. Well, the other one, I know I bring this up quite regularly about drainage and water sources and the porosity or lack of it on driveways, because it is really important when it comes to flooding. Is it possible to condition that, if people agree when we come to the debate, to make sure that the driveways are porous as opposed to being hard surfaced? And then the last one I want to mention on the landscaping, we've all seen, and I do know the site pretty well, it is very exposed. I just wanted confirmation. There's a lot of landscaping going on there, which is good. Are our people satisfied that it's perfectly adequate? And I would also like to know how are we, and who is going to be responsible going forward for 6-7 years that the landscaping is done properly and the trees do grow. And of course, the trees are native species sourced locally. Can we do that? Thank you.
Okay, so turning to mix first. Yeah, we have iPolicy 3 within the neighbourhood plan. And this is outlined within the Town Council's responses, and we've got representatives of the Town Council here today, so they can correct me if I'm mistaken. At present, the mix is predominantly 2 and 3 bed. I think their policy would prefer to see a greater proportion of 1 and 2 bed units. However, we've had extensive discussions between Persimmon, Pegasus, ourselves, and the Town Council on this issue. And I think there are a couple of factors that are salient. One, Persimmon have sort of seen a change in preference from their customers in terms of the number of houses, the number of bedrooms prospective customers are looking at. Whereas before they might have seen someone come in for a 2-bed unit, the realities of the last sort of 24 months have meant that actually there's a greater desire to be able to work at home. So actually, where they would have before seen people come for 2-bed units, they're now looking for 3-bed units so that they can have that home office space. Within the comments provided by iTown Council, and specifically within the further comments that were received on the 24th of November, iTown Council are happy with the mix. I think what they would like to do is reopen discussions with regards to the mix when we come to phase 2 of the development. I think that is the sensible approach to make, because phase 2 comes closer to the core of it will be a tighter grain, urban grain development, and actually that sort of area suits a smaller 1 and 2 bed unit, simply because if you were to try and provide them, within your countryside edge, actually you'd lose a lot of the appearance. Those sort of edge of town dwellings tended to be larger, served with larger gardens. You'd probably run into an issue trying to provide those there. The next issue with regards to drainage and particularly with driveways, we can get confirmation from Persimmon and Pegasus on that and about the materials, and we could ask for detail of that to come in as part of the discharge of conditions. In general, for drainage across the site, our floods and water team are happy. And obviously, with regards to highways, there's generally an expectation that any driveway that is provided within a development won't then drain water directly into the highway. So actually, you then avoid the issue of standing water on the highway or ice forming on the highway in cold weather. With regards to landscaping, just going through, I think we are content with regards to landscaping. We had some strategic landscaping at outline. We're in accordance with what we have. We're looking at native species, and we have conditions for the implementation of the landscaping being brought forward, and then obviously maintenance of that while it's being built out, will fall on Persimmon, and then as we come through the Section 106 for adoption, we've got a cascade system to determine who will then take forward the maintenance.
Philip, you just want to come in?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, just for clarity, that is, and I've just been looking through it, that's part of an open space scheme that sits within the Section 106 that's already in place, and that includes things like maintenance of the Suds Basin and other features, so there's a whole scheme to be settled there. But effectively, it could be a management company, it's more likely to be something that we discuss about adoption, and the reality then is that maintenance package is an ongoing conversation under the Section 106.
Councillor Mansell.
Thank you, Chair. I too was going to ask about the housing mix, but as a follow-on from Councillor Passmore's question about the housing mix, I understand that the applicant thinks that 3-bedroomed houses are more needed or more wanted because people are working from home. Can we be assured that these 3-bedroomed homes all meet the whatever it is space standards, and they haven't just crammed a third one in for no good reason? And I believe, can you also clarify, I think I read somewhere, I'm sorry, I'm not au fait with all the page numbers, that because there was a deficit of 2-bedroomed homes in this phase, the next phase, there was some action to, when that comes forward, that can be rectified. And I'd also like to ask about, I think it said somewhere that there was going to be pedestrian, cycle and emergency access off Haygate and Victoria Hill. Can you just show me on the plans where they are, where they're going to be? Thank you.
Yeah, so in terms of the units, we meet NDSS standards. With regards to the 2-bed units, that'll form part of discussions for phase 2. Persimmon and Pegasus are already aware of that, and I'm sure colleagues at iTown Council will make sure we're all singing from the same hymn sheet. And I think the way that policy I3 is written, I think the way that the Town Council is choosing to apply it with regards to this development is right, because we do have a subsequent phase 2 to come. We can make the development as a whole compliant with the policy, but obviously at this phase 1 stage we are dealing with that edge of settlement, and we do need to just be a little bit alive to that and make sure our design reflects that. But obviously as we move into the historic core, a tighter urban grain, 1 and 2 bed units suit that better than they do edge of settlement, and we can look to increase those numbers. And then are we able to just go back to the presentation? Oh, right slide as well. So we have Victoria Hill down here. So this is going to come forward as part of this application. So we'll have the emergency access, we'll have the pedestrian cycle route through the scheme. There'll probably have to be some sort of discussion when we come to phase 2, because some of this is going to then come forward. At that point, there might need to be some sort of safety considerations about working practices and things there. And then I would think the other one might be down here, or might be down here, but I need to go back and check my plans more carefully for that. But we could condition an informative those details so that we're aware of how those emergency accesses are going to work. You know, is it a case of there's a code? Is it a case of there's however that would work, we can get the detail on that for you.
Will the applicant? I'm more interested in the pedestrian and cycle access than the emergency vehicle access. Will the applicant know exactly where they are? Can I ask the applicant when he turns up? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ebert.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Daniel, for your presentation. Sorry, I've got similar questions. Just on the landscaping, could you just, because this application says to consider appearance, layout, landscaping and scale, so which landscaping has already been agreed and which hasn't? Because I'd be concerned about the landscaping, particularly on the north, given that the northish side, given that the site at our airfield is growing, developing and so on, and for that to be as prominent as not the site, obviously the landscaping to shield the housing as much as possible from the side. Secondly, on the housing mix, I understand that the I neighbourhood plan is the most recent adopted planning document we should be working to, and they ask for 53% two-bedroom homes. Now, yes, some people might be working from home more, but we've also got locals, presumably, that want to downsize that aren't working from home. And even Suffolk says 34%, and the amended figures we've got are 18% two-bedroom. That's a long way off. So could we have some clarification perhaps on the policy point? Because I thought we should be, we're supposed to make an adherence to our neighbourhood plan first before anything moves on that front. And thirdly, a very quick question is, do we know when these are likely to be starting to be built? Thank you.
If I answer the last one first and say we can probably defer to Persimmon on that one because I'll have a much better idea of their timescales coming forward. In terms of the landscaping, the overall landscaping within the entirety of the site will be dealt with and secured through the Section 106 and the conditions on the outline. We have the landscaping before us for the part of the red line site that we are considering, but that does include part of that northern area of landscaping. And all across that curve at the north of the site, we have a more woodland feel to the landscaping. So we're predominantly tree, we're looking at height, we have some shrubs intermixed as well. But yes, we are aware that actually we have the airfield beyond, we have the turbines beyond, and we are aware that there is a need to make sure that actually we create a new soft boundary for eye on this part of the development. So we have taken that into account and brought that forward. In terms of the mix brought forward in the I neighbourhood plan, policy I3 does talk about 53% smaller units. We do have some discount market rate units within the development, smaller units for first-time buyers. We do have 2-bed units being provided within the site, and we also have a number of bungalows being provided within the site as well as part of this mix. The way that the policy is worded within our neighbourhood plan, there is some ambiguity about whether you apply that policy rigidly to the reserved matters and each phase as it comes forward, so each phase is in accordance with the percentages set out within policy I3, or do you apply it to a development site as a whole, such that actually at the end of the phase 2 negotiations, we can include what we've done in phase 1 and we can come out with a number that should hopefully across the entirety of the site reflect what the desire of policy I3 is. In terms of where we're looking, because we are dealing with this phase 1 and it is this outer edge more than this sort of core of the development, there is this requirement in terms of the design of the site and the layout of the site to maybe use that to bring in the larger units within this phase of development, and then as you move towards the historic core of I, bring in more smaller units, bring in a tighter grain of urban development that would reflect well the historic core of I, and then provide the bulk of your 1 and 2 bed units within that second phase of development. So we do have that. We do have that in mind. We are aware that colleagues from my town council will want to see that delivered, and in our discussions with Persimmon and Pegasus, they are under no illusions that we are looking for an increased delivery of 1 and 2 bed units when we come forward for phase 2, however that comes forward and whenever that comes forward, to make sure that actually across the site we're in step with the I neighbourhood plan and its requirements with regards to mix.
Thank you very much for that. If I can come back, so the 2 bedrooms detailed in the papers across all types, whether it's affordable or market housing, is 18%. So the suggestion is that for could this committee then put a condition to say the next phase does like 80% market 2-bedroom houses? I'm not sure we could do that, but I still struggle with that, but that can come up later. And just on the landscaping then, are we able to put in a condition then on this one that would say, for example, that the landscaping around that north side is done first, or is whatever? Can that type of condition be done? Not suggesting we have it yet, obviously.
Chairman, if I just come in on that, Yeah, the mixed question, I don't think, because you've got an outline permission, you're dealing with reserve matters for this phase. I think you have to, you deal with this as it is, and accept there's a question to follow on. And obviously, as with all policies, you know, if the facts warrant a departure at time, you'll have to make that judgment when that comes up. As regards landscaping, these are the details of the landscaping. To get back to Councillor Passmore's question about porosity, you've got two options really. If the details do not contain sufficient matters to satisfy at this point, then you can delegate that to ourselves to address those matters and get those details amended so that they do. You have the ability, if they are not included, to impose a condition for those specific detailed aspects so that we do have them. So you have a couple of choices there, and depending on what you want to achieve. So, for instance, Councillor Passmore's point about porosity, you could either treat that as being a materials type condition or being a hard landscape condition, and you've got two ways of tackling the same problem. Either way, the developer will want to resolve it, and from our perspective, it's reasonable to either amend these details by agreement, get that done, sign off and say this detail is what you do, or to impose a condition so that they then go away, check what stock's available for particular types of paving materials, because obviously the materials supply at the moment is an interesting question, and then submit something. You've got two options to do there, but you can instruct officers to do that as a straightforward delegated item. And if you're particularly concerned about the phasing and timing of planting, that's something you can instruct officers to condition or seek detail of, so that either the applicant provides it and we have that timetable quite clearly set down, or we impose a condition which does reinforce that, because if we sign this off, we will expect it to be done as per the approved details that we have. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Matheson.
Thank you, Chair. On the mix, I kind of feel we've moved back from the reassurances that we had a little bit with Mr. Isbell's most recent comments. I've had some similar questions to others. So we are really not able, in determining this application, to ensure that the overall mix will be achieved, give or take the odd couple of %, which is a bit of a worry, really. But I suppose it depends how firmly someone in future insists.
Excuse me.
I've gone too far in discussion, sorry.
We're not expressing views at this point, it's matters of clarity only.
So the clarity is that we can't ensure, I think, isn't it? So what the other one I wanted to come back to first, really, was on the Councillor Passmore's question about the porosity of the driveways, and I was particularly struck by the Environment Agency views on page 80 about water resources and what was the phrase about recharging them or something like that, the groundwater. So are those two things linked? I don't understand, whether creating more porosity then actually helps to deal with the issue that the Environment Agency are raising. If we get a bit of help on that one. It's page 81 and 82 that really discusses it for members.
Chairman, if I can come in on that. Those comments, I would typically say there are comments there in relation to the Environment Agency's groundwater protection approach. The question of water resources. Water is an issue in the eye area. That's clear, but I'm understanding that supply to new homes is something which is safeguarded by the, I think it's Essex and Suffolk Water, I think, in this area. In terms of the impact of porosity and infiltration in relation to these things, I imagine it would probably not be a huge, fairly immaterial contribution to that. I'll stand to be corrected by an engineer, but my instinct is that this would not especially make much difference to that question. And from what I can see in the papers, you have comments about the investigations that Environment Agency are doing about reducing public water abstraction in future. There's no abstraction proposal here. You're dealing with reserve matters for landscaping, for layout, for scale, and appearance. I think those matters are the kind of things that you get into when you're dealing with an outline application. So I'm not sure to what extent you see a harm here that needs to be mitigated, because I don't.
Well, I think I'm looking. Sorry, Chair. I think what I'm looking for is can we get a benefit to the problem through what Councillor Passmore said about porosity of driveways, etc. That, you know, is it? But you're saying it's a tricky question for an engineer, so we might have to leave that for now.
Just to come back on that, Councillor Matheson, I think it's certainly true that the more water that you retain rather than effectively allow to flow out through the watercourses to the sea, then the greater that has a capacity to recharge the aquifer over time. I am sceptical it would make a material difference unless really at scale, even with a development of this size. But I take the point, and I think if I'm not putting words in your mouth, what you would like to see is that by making driveways porous, we ensure that groundwater is not diverted and run through watercourses and discharges to the sea.
Thank you. Councillor Caston.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Could I have the site layout up, please? Yeah, that one will do, but do you have the one that's the west side that's a bit more... yeah, perfect. On that bit that's sort of dulled out is the allotment gardens that's this sort of is built around. And on that east hedge, we've got halfway down, we've got a red line going across there, up a bit, yeah. We've got that area. And there's, on my map, there's a pond in that area, and quite a few trees. In this plan, it looks like a grass area without a pond that's sort of hedged off from the rest of the development with the red line on the allotment garden side. I couldn't find what was the plan for that, and whether that pond was, whether that had disappeared and also those trees had disappeared.
Yeah, I think that might be one to ask
Yeah,
the applicant
okay.
about. It might be that they want to leave the pond as is, so it's just a case that the plan doesn't show it because nothing's happening to it. But if it's sort of serving the allotment gardens at present, it might be worthwhile leaving it to do so.
But shouldn't we give them ownership of it if it's going to be hedged off and left on their side, is what I'm saying. But that maybe is one for the developer.
I would consider that to be a slightly separate issue. So the red line would denote their land ownership at this point. If their intention is to provide it to someone else, that is a separate legal matter for the land registry to look at. It's not necessarily something that we need to be detailing within planning.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Mayor.
Thanks, Chair. Can we have slide 9 again, please? In the bottom left there, I think it's area 13A. I tried to look at the detail online, and I'm afraid the quality of the image was poor. To my reading of the layout, the houses are accessed from a road that goes round that perimeter, just above the red dot. I keep going up, left. There, that's the, in that area in the centre, is that an open green space? And if so, did the crime prevention officer make any comments about it?
No, so that is courtyard parking.
Courtyard parking,
for these,
okay. Right.
for these dwellings.
Fine.
So that's accessed. You recall when we looked at the 3Ds, we had the carriageways through, covered carriageways through, so they all be accessed that way.
No, lovely. It's just unfortunately when you pull up, the quality's not there to see in detail. So thank you for that. Second question: the town council raised concerns about site density and small garden size. A comment slightly further on saying a series of meetings resulted in significant improvements. If this phase 1 has a high density and phase 2 has a low density, and we start putting pressure on the developer to put more two-bedroom houses in, are we in danger of breaching the outline number of houses?
No, so the number of houses agreed in the outline is 280 across the entire site. That cannot change without a further planning application. The outline is part of the neighbourhood plan as well. So that maximum number of dwellings within the site is protected within policy. We have 138 dwellings coming forward here. We have 15 dwellings coming forward within the next item. We're left with 127 to come forward as part of the final phases. But within the overall design brief for the entirety of the site, those phases of development were always seen as being closer to the rest of I and would be more akin to that sort of layout that we see in the rest of the town anyway. So increasing those numbers of 1 and 2 bed units in that phase was always part of the overall design brief for the scheme.
What about the size of the gardens and density? Are the gardens significantly smaller than similar developments?
In terms of garden sizes, we've got good garden sizes coming forward as part of the phase 1 scheme. As part of phase 2, you would generally associate a smaller bedrooms unit with a smaller garden, although obviously we'd need to wait for details of the reserve matters for the appearance, the layout, etc., to then be able to do that. But as part of phase 2, I envisage having sort of a number of conversations with colleagues at Town Council and with Persimmon and Pegasus to make sure that the scheme that we bring before members is acceptable.
Okay, so the garden size is not small in this phase 1.
We can make them proportionate to the size of the dwelling and ensure that we have a mix within.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Field.
Thank you. A couple of points on page 58. I noticed paragraph 5 talks about gas condensing boilers, but mentions a green utility connection to be offered to all purchasers. I was wondering, does that just imply that everybody's free to buy a green tariff, or is that actually implying that the electrical connection to these houses will be adequate to support a future where we have electric cars, electric heating systems, etc.? I think there's a report later in our pack that mentions ensuring that there are 100 amp feeds into these houses. So really, does the electrical feed meet the future, or is it just a bit of greenwashing? The second point really is is the paragraph above that at the top of the page. You're talking about exceeding the requirements of building regs by 10% and the emission by 19%, which initially sounds quite reasonable. But I guess those are the building regs of 2013, are they? So some 9 years out of date. I wondered how that stacks up against the new version of the building regs, which is due out in June or July. Are we actually managed to avoid being modern, or are we going along with it?
So if we look at the building regs question first, we can only look at what is currently in place. The future building regs, the dwellings will need to make sure that they abide by future building regs when they come into force. They're not in force yet. We may see a delay. We may see a revision to them. We can't rely on them being a known force, and as well because we don't have the detail published in its final form, it would be difficult to then make the developer adhere to them when we don't know. But as building regs requirements change across the scale of the development, we will then obviously see the requirements for the buildings change as well. So when we come to increase building regs in the summer, the buildings will need to accord with building regulations in that regard. And the same when we talk about gas boilers, when we see building regulations phase out the installation of gas boilers to new build properties, again we'll have to see the introduction of air source heat pumps or another heating technology within those buildings. But at present, they're governed by a separate regime, and planning is asked not to interfere with things that are dealt with by a separate regime. with regards to the electrical feed, I would assume the electrical feed is sufficient into each dwelling for its needs at the moment, but as well, I think given that we have ducting being provided across the site, given that we have electric vehicle charging points, and given that within the timescale of the development, we will see a need to integrate air source heat pumps into the development, I would assume that the electrical feed will be adequate, but that might be something that Persimmon or Pegasus can comment more further on. Or in any case, we could then look to use our informatives if members were so inclined to ensure that we are clear that building regs will be changing during the lifetime of this development and that there will be an increased need for electrical feeds within the buildings and the dwellings that are to be brought forward as part of this application.
Thank you. Did you want to come
Rest is
back?
down to debate.
Can I just follow up on a couple of those points then? So, so does every house have electric chargers? Every property?
So we have EV for properties that have garages within the site because that's simple to...
Can you speak into the mic?
That's simple to implement. We have ducting provided while we have courtyard parking so that as and when...
So why isn't it EV charging at every parking place for every resident?
That might be a better question to direct towards Persimmon and Pegasus.
And who will determine when they stop supplying gas boilers and move to alternative energy? Who makes that call?
That's in-house within building regulations. If you want your building control sign-off completion certificate, if you're after the point in time at which that you can legally install a gas boiler into a dwelling, that's the point in time that you need to have installed an air source heat pump or a different heating solution.
On building regs, we have had other applicants come here where they've said they've been meeting future building regs, and that's been sort of sold to us as a reason to support it. So you're saying this applicant is only basing on the 2013 building regs?
Building regulations as set out at the moment, current building regulations, so it will depend when the relevant part of the document was updated. I don't have that in front of me, so I'll accept that it might be 2013, but we are exceeding building regulations. So at present, you could build to a lower standard, and within planning, because it's governed by a separate regime, we might not have the powers to impose a more stringent...
So if they start work in a year's time, and the new building regs have come in, they will have to meet those building regs?
They will have to at least meet minimum building reg standards at that point in time, yes.
Yeah, okay. And can I just, final point, sorry, it's about car parking. So what are we being asked to decide today around car parking? Can you just give me some clarity on that?
So we have the parking set out within the layout, we have the total numbers, we have parking that meets adopted parking standards being provided. We have no instances of triple parking within the site. We have garages being provided for most dwellings, but not all. And where we don't provide it, we have enough parking within the visitor parking and within the courtyard parking areas to be able to deal with that. And then we have ducting being provided to those areas to ensure that as and when residents come forward with an electric car, it's not a case of they need to retrofit the entire site. The infrastructure is there, and it's just a case of running the cables through the ducting to the charging point. Whichever charging method they want to then use, they could presumably implement.
Thanks. I just got one final question. In the site, so we've got avenues of landscaping. I can see that going through the site with the trees, what you might call the avenue in and around and through the site. But there's no, that I can see, landscaping amongst the housing. So is there anything on that you could just share with us?
So we do have soft landscaping coming in between units. So units that face out onto open space have a more open feel. Units that are away from open space have a more enclosed feel, just to create those areas of privacy within their own open space.
Okay, so there is further landscaping within the site, as on top of the sort of avenues that we can see with all that heavy planting.
We'll probably, within rear gardens, it will probably be left fairly standard, fairly blank, and ready for the residents to put their own choices in place. And then within the frontages, within those areas that will likely be seen by the public passing through the site, we have a more detailed soft landscaping.
Thanks. Yeah. Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, thank you. I'm thinking most of my questions for the agent of the town council actually, but just briefly on the building regs point, the late papers has got the environmental management officer's comment on the outline condition discharging, which talks about just gently reminding them that it's going to go up to 31% reduction soon. But one other point I wanted to understand from Daniel was that land. If we go back yet again to the land, the slide that shows the allotment in the middle. At the southern end of that, are there houses and things in there? I was just wondering about the connectivity, or is which is allotments and which is anything else?
So
on the bottom of that.
My understanding is that this is the allotment site, and then there is housing further along to the south.
It's right down there.
Along here, yeah. So as we were viewing along Castleton Way, coming out of the site, that's where you have those existing red brick pan tile dwellings, and then further down you've got the linear run of semi-detached red brick dwellings further down into I as well.
Okay, well that's all the questions, so we'll move on to the next item. So we move on to public speakers. So first of all we move on to the Parish Council, and we have Richard Berry and Andy Robertson here. So over to you. We have a timer here. We do ask you to please keep to the 3 minutes, and over to you when you're ready.
Thank you, Chairman. Andy Robinson, representing iTown Council. iTown Council seeks to ensure that planning applications in the town meet the objectives of the I Neighbourhood Plan, which should be identified in the Officer Report at para 12.1 as part of the development plan. Indeed, as councillors have noted, it is the most up-to-date part of the development plan. Policy I4 of that plan states that land south of I Airfield should remain a commitment of the plan and shall be developed for 280 dwellings and a care home in accordance with the approved design brief. In this instance, the Council also seeks to ensure that the requirements of the Outline Planning Permission are met. In particular, it wishes to ensure that the site as a whole should not exceed 280 homes or 265 homes on the portion on which Persimmon has an interest. House types and sizes should reflect the proven need for smaller homes. The design should be of high quality as set out in the design brief. Ecology and biodiversity should be enhanced. How does this application meet these objectives? The number of homes is consistent with the objective to limit the total on the Persimmon portion to 265. House types are much too weighted towards larger 4 and 5 bedroom homes. The comments of the District Council Strategic Housing Department confirm the need identified in Policy I3 for 1 and 3 bedroom homes to predominate. Design quality has improved during negotiations, but remain a bit short of the quality required by the design brief across the site as a whole. The Council agrees with the comments of Place Services and the Wildlife Trust that the current proposals to enhance ecology and diversity are deficient. However, the Council accepts that substantial progress has been made to bring the proposals in line with the I Neighbourhood Plan and the Outline Planning Permission, and that they are unlikely to be improved further. It has therefore withdrawn its objection. However, it places on record that it wishes to be fully involved in the plans and proposals to enhance ecology and biodiversity to ensure the Outline Planning Permission conditions are fully met prior to the development starting. Secondly, the second phase of the Persimmon site should comprise no more than 127 homes to ensure a maximum of 265. House types should be dominated in that phase by smaller 1 to 3 bedroom homes to ensure that the 265 homes in phases 1 and 2 in aggregate provides the profile required in the I Neighbourhood Plan and that phase has the highest quality. I've noted during the discussion, Chairman, the concern of members about the second phase and bringing that balance, and I think the Town Council would share the concern that there's no certainty that the second phase will bring that into balance in terms of house types, and it would be useful to understand how that more certainty could be provided. And finally, just to comment...
The last sentence, please.
Yes, finally, the policy I-25 of the neighbourhood plan does require one charging point per dwelling.
Thank you very much for that. Questions for the Town Councillor? Yep, Councillor Passmore.
Thanks, Matthew. Yeah, two quick questions, if I may, please. You commented that you were looking for some improvements to the design guide. Fine. Could you just try and articulate what sorts of things you might be looking at? And you said the ecological report, I think if I heard correctly, or the proposals were deficient. Could you just give some examples of what else you would like to see? And hopefully that can be some source of negotiation to rectify them.
Thank you. Yes, in taking the second one first, I'm no expert, so I couldn't give you a definitive answer to that. But I think if you see in terms of the comments made by Place Services as your consultee and by the Suffolk Wildlife Trust outlines the sorts of provision that should be made in relation to that. In terms of design quality, I guess if you look at the character area 1, I think it was where you enter the site, clearly much more effort has been put into that to create house types and styles, different levels, different use of material, the further you go into the development.
Councillor Mass.
Thank you. Yeah, two things. Perhaps going to the ecology and landscaping issue first. Does the Town Council have any kind of systematic follow-up to ensure that on any given development that the landscaping and ecology requirements are all put in place? I mean, I think over the years I've realised that this council does not have the resources to really check those things, and that we're very dependent on parishes and towns to do so. So I wondered whether, given the extent of development and the efforts of the producing the neighbourhood plan, you've actually got that actually in mind.
Chairman, yes, there is some expertise in the Town Council and within the town regarding biodiversity and ecology, and the Town Council would like to have discussions with the landowner and developer about the continued maintenance of the site once we've achieved a satisfactory scheme as required by the outline condition. We would like to have a discussion about the Town Council's role in ensuring that the landscaping is maintained over a longer period of time.
Thank you. One other, Chair? Yeah, the other question, this committee is very aware from a few meetings back about the issue of visitor parking in the town as a whole. Now, I can't quite get my head around exactly where this, and I think we're probably talking about the outline and phase 2 more than phase 1 here, whether there's any scope for any of this site outline master plan to contribute to helping with that problem in terms of, you know, whether you can sort of have a tourist trail or something so that people will come to a car park that isn't in the middle of town.
John, I'm really sorry, but we can only really talk about the application that's before us and what's before us, and that isn't in this phase or this application. Yeah, I mean, it's a fact we can't really commit to having things in phase 2, but can you? Well, do you want to see where it goes?
Yes, thank you. I think one of the key proposals in the neighbourhood plan is to provide a linkage to this whole development area into the town centre for cycling and walking. Currently, the 106 agreement makes no contribution to that. There is a note in the officer report regarding potential sill contribution. I'm not sure if that's been defined yet, but it certainly would be useful to have some investment as part of this proposal to ensure that cycling and walking linkages into the town are improved to reduce the pressure on car parking in the town centre.
Councillor Ebert. Councillor Mansell, then Councillor. Yeah, of course.
Could I just ask through you, Chair, that the people sitting behind the Town Council stop conferring, because it's quite off-putting when we're trying to listen to the questions and what people are saying. Thank you.
Councillor Eburn.
I think it was me. Was it me or Councillor Eburn?
I'm really sorry. I meant thank you, Councillor Eburn. Councillor Mansell.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask about the extensive open space that's being provided as part of this application, which, as has been highlighted in our report, there is currently a deficit of open space within and you, as a town council, are welcoming the provision of more public open space. And this may be not a question for the town council, but I just wondered if the town council was considering taking on that open space, or whether it is going to be managed by a management company or the district council, or whether you have any views at all on the extensive open space. And given that you've just commented on cycle and pedestrian connectivity to the town, and I'm a bit, I think that large semicircular open space looks like an ideal opportunity to have an access to the south, and I can't see it on any plan. And I wonder whether you had any views on that, because I can see that as being a desire line.
Chair, if I may answer that, I'm Richard Berry, I chair planning for Town Council. I think the concentration of the discussion on landscaping and open space is entirely apt, as it's been so far. It's very much, in our view, part of the built environment. And we would consider, given appropriate resources, to take a role in monitoring and managing that open space as the development proceeds. We've actually had this discussion in principle with planning officers, and I think the phrase that we said was, leave it on the table. This may well be something that the council could take on. I believe those things are far better dealt with locally. It's very much that if it's your environment and you know something should be provided, you're more likely to monitor it, bring it to the notice of the relevant authorities. So, as I said, I would make a caveat then that if you take something on, you need to have the resources to do it, and that's a big caveat. But that very much figures on the radar of the Town Council. We have a number of other things that we manage that we've done in partnership with the District Council. So yes, I think I can say that subject to resources being forthcoming, that is something that could be considered, and I believe better done locally. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on then. We have no other questions at the moment, so we'll move on. We don't have an objector, we don't have a supporter, but we do have the agent, Robert Barber, and again, over to you, and you have 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair, members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of the application. I'm Rob Barber from Pegasus Group, the planning agent for Persimmon Homes. Some may recall I was actually involved in the original outline permission as well. We've worked closely with the planning officers at the District Council and with members of the Town Council to ensure that this proposal accords with the outline planning permission, the adopted development brief and the neighbourhood plan. There have been a number of meetings during the course of the application to ensure that all items have been addressed appropriately, with layout and design changes arising from those discussions. The officer report and presentation sets out the full details of the scheme for your consideration and has usefully highlighted the scheme's compliance with those relevant documents and policies. I would also like to set out the benefits from the development, which can be summarised as follows. 138 dwellings, 28 of which are affordable, with the agreement of your own housing strategy officer, NDSS compliance, and just to pick up a point in respect of the housing mix, 69% of the dwellings are in fact 2 and 3 bedroom. There is not a predominance of 4 and 5 bedroom houses. The creation of an integrated and sustainable residential community sensitive to the relationship of and in accordance with the outline permission, a range of dwelling types, sizes and tenures, delivery of new open spaces for new and existing residents of the area, the new access from Castleton Way, which will improve connections from development to the surrounding area, including future-proofing for connection to the Rectory, which is I Policy 22. New pedestrian cycle routes through the development which complement existing routes, providing sustainable transport choices, including the early provision of the cycle connectivity to Victoria Hill. This was originally going to be provided as part of Phase 2. The creation of strong landscape structure focused around retained vegetation responding to the local area, and parking in accordance with adopted parking standards with no triplex parking on the site. We've talked about other benefits, but the main one is 19% reduction in carbon emissions set out in your emerging policy LP25, achieved through a combination of measures which is set out in a sustainability statement, which is a discharge of condition requirement. These include electric car charging points to be installed on the majority of plots, and where they can't be on plot, ducting available in the communal areas. An option for PVs to be offered to purchasers is being looked at and explored as part of the offer. Water butts for every house, and energy efficiency improvements through careful building, siting, design and orientation.
I'm afraid your time is up, so I need the last sentence, please.
Okay. We have addressed all technical matters which have arisen as part of the planning application, and there are no objections from outstanding consultees, and we look forward to a positive outcome today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions? Yeah, Councillor Mansell, you go first.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a couple of questions. One was the one I asked the planning officer, and I welcome the cycle connection to Victoria Hill, but it also talks about a cycle, pedestrian and emergency vehicle access to Haygate, which I think looks to me like it's near that semicircular bit of open land. Can you confirm that there is going to be a pedestrian connection there? Because I can't see it on the plans. It looks like there's a hedge across the most obvious point. Could I also ask you how many homes you, should you get planning permission today, or should we make the determination today? How many of these houses do you, hope to be completed in the next 4 months before June?
Thank you. If I take the last one first, I mean, clearly the approval of reserve matters is only the first of a number of technical approvals that are required. I know Persimmon are looking to programme commencement of construction this year, but I have no idea in terms of how long that is likely to take in terms of a commencement. That is out of my hands and with Persimmon. Just in terms of the connections, there is intention, and there's always been intention to look at the connection to Haygate. What I'm not sure about is the legal ability to do so because of third-party land ownership control, and that is still being looked at, as I understand it at the moment. What we have done, however, is create a westward link from that semicircular open space into the existing footpath network, which comes to the south as well. So it's something that is still being investigated, but at the moment, that is something that I can't guarantee can be delivered at this moment in time.
Thank you. Given the first answer that you gave, do you think it is a bit short-sighted not to move away from gas boilers, given that you're unlikely to finish that many homes before June when the regulations will change?
All I can say, and perhaps my client who I have with me today may be able to supplement my answer, is that Persimmon as a group are looking at all sorts of technologies moving forward. They are well aware of the changes to the building regs that are coming forward, and will apply those building regs as necessary. I don't think they are in a position to commit to one particular technology at the moment, but I think it's something that they know is coming and they will have to comply with, but at this moment in time it is not a requirement of the building regulations.
I'll just follow up on that particular point. I mean, we have applications before us every 4 weeks, and developers come in and say, actually, we've now moved away from gas, we're moving on to this, they've got a plan. It's only 3 months away, so how come you don't have a plan as to whether it's going to be gas or other technology in such a short time frame away?
Yeah, sorry, if I can just come in there. We are looking at this as a group, so it is being investigated as we speak, but we don't have a final answer on how we're going to address that at this stage. But it is something we're very aware of. But we're working with the current building regulations until such time as we at least see the building regulations, which haven't been issued yet. I haven't seen them myself yet. So we are live to that. We are looking at that. And what I would say is, in terms of the emerging policy, we're offering up 19% over and above the existing policy requirements. And through that, we are offering photovoltaics as part of the options on this site as well, which, you know, in terms of reducing CO2 is a step in the right direction for you. I'm sure you'll agree. So in terms of boilers, we're working with current regulations, but that will change, and we know it's going to change. Just on terms of, if I can just clarify a little bit on the deliverability, we are all about deliverability at Persimmon, subject to approval today. Hopefully we'll get an approval. We'll be looking to start on the site as soon as we discharge pre-commencement conditions. Get a starting site hopefully in April, and we're looking at first completions towards the end of this year. I think we've got some in the budget for the second half, but it's likely to be November time for that.
I'm going to have to push you a bit on this. So Persimmon, as a major house builder in the UK, has no plans in place today as to what it's going to do when gas boilers end, possibly in June this year. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying that. We will have options available. We're exploring all the options. Air source heat pumps is one option to us. There's ground source heat pumps. There's a number of other things we can consider, but as a group, I'm not in a position today to tell you what that is, because we're exploring all options.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, we'll move on. I've got Councillor Passmore next.
Thanks very much, Chairman. 2 points to raise with you. You've heard me mention these before. First one, if you look at the comments from the Suffolk Wildlife Trust on pages 132 and 133, would you be happy if we were to give permission and we delegated the officers as part of the conditions to enter into discussion there, to look at some of the improvements they suggest there, for example, hedgehog fences, swift boxes, etc. Because I think any good developer, we have had other developers here who have been very happy to do that, and I think you get a lot of public approval for that. So I think that's the first thing. And the other comment, I just want to clarify my suggestions regarding I suppose it's the permeability of driveways. We live in the driest part of the country, and we want to try and minimise, without being too pedantic and zealot-like, that actually porous driveways are far better if that can be arranged. And again, if that were to go through, that would be something I would like to see delegated to the office to discuss with you. So I'm just really asking very simply, would you be happy to or agree to enter discussions on that?
I think I can confirm, more than happy to enter discussions on both of those points. Just in terms of the porosity of the driveways, any system that is designed around a subsystem, and this is a subsystem, will have permeability into the ground in any event. So even if the driveways themselves weren't porous, they would be fed into a subsystem that would eventually feed back into the groundwater. So, by doing that, the water is cleaned off the drives through the system that it goes through. So it's not that it won't be necessarily, even if the driveways aren't porous.
Because that is a really big, important issue for us here in
and that's understood,
the whole of East Anglia.
Yeah. I understand Persimmon are already in discussions with Anglia Water and the lead local flood authority.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks. Councillor Matthews.
He's gone off. That good, thank you. Obviously I'm unhappy about your gas.
Sorry, you know what I'm going to say, John? No views at this stage. It's just
questions.
No. All right. Thank you.
Right. My question. I have the question. My question is, given your reluctance in that direction to the chair, could you perhaps commit to making 100% underfloor heating at this stage, as that is more efficient and would lend itself better to future air source heat pump approaches?
I think we've just got to be careful where we're going on this. Let me just bring in the officer, just because it's what we can and can't ask for.
Yeah, I mean, the MPPF is really clear on this. Where something's dealt with by another regime, we shouldn't be looking to impose ourselves. And generally as well within planning, we're interested in the creation of places and spaces. We aren't as interested in the internal build of the house. That is the remit of building regs. And if building regulations would allow you to construct a property without 100% underfloor heating within it, then that is what building regs would allow you to do. Now, obviously, we've got updated building regs coming out in due course, and there might be changes within it at that point. But at this point, it might not be. We might be overreaching ourselves to be able to ask for a condition to say we would like 100% underfloor heating within phase 1. I mean, it will probably be something that Persimmon will be looking at in any event once they have settled on a heating solution, because obviously we are looking at air source or ground source. Underfloor heating is more conducive to that. But if they looked at another system and we've already tied them in, we might not be able to get the best efficiency out of that system if we've already said, well, we need undersource heating.
Okay, so we'll move on from that one. John, have you got anything else? Or I'll move on to Councillor Mansell.
I've asked my questions.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, gentlemen, for your comments. The housing mix, in your comments just now, you talked about joining, connecting 2 and 3 bedrooms, as in the percentages are total, but we're particularly interested in 2-bedroom only. So would you be prepared to look at increasing that amount of 2-bedroom homes on this site? Currently it's 18.8%, which is at huge odds to the neighbourhood plan figure of 53%. And if, it has been suggested that could be amended across phase 2, but that would mean 89% of the homes on phase 2 would be 2-bedrooms, so I can't see that happening. So would you be prepared to up that figure for the 2-bedroom? Because I think it's particularly about people downsizing, local people buying a home. It's not all about people working from home. So would you be prepared to change that? Thank you very much.
Thank you. The issue of the housing mix was discussed at length in the discussions that we've had on phase 1. Persimmon are fully aware of the requirements of our policy in relation to 1 and 2 beds. How that plays out in terms of phase 2, I have no idea, because I'm not instructed in that respect. What I would say, though, and it's something the councillor on your right, sorry, your name escapes me for the moment, did allude to in his question that arose, that if you, the town council are very keen on ensuring that the maximum number of dwellings is 265 on this element. If you increase the number of 2-bedrooms properties, you actually reduce the land take. And what you end up with is a disparity between the land and the number of dwellings, and you end up with surplus land. Now, that isn't an efficient use of land. That isn't. Now, that's a discussion that we've had, and we will probably come back to at some point, but it's not our intention at this moment to exceed that number. That's not what we're here to do. What we're trying to do is balance all of the issues of design, character, landscape and open space within a scheme that is acceptable and meets that balance. And we will revisit that when we come to start to look at in detail phase 2.
Yeah, please do.
Thank you very much for that. I'm a bit confused by that answer, because our neighbourhood plan was made in was at the referendum May 2021. So, that's coming up for, 9 months ago or so. So these figures, and indeed Mid-Suffolk's figures of what the housing need is up to 2036. I think Mid-Suffolk's one is 34%, 2-bed, ours was 53%. So those figures have been in the public domain for a long time before, this has come to committee. So I would really ask that you, revisit that figure and, yes, the housing is a total, but that's, we've known that.
I understand the point you're making, but the corollary to that is that the outline permission was given at a time when had we had those figures, it may have been a different outcome. Okay, thank you.
Your colleague from Persimmon doesn't want to come in on that point at all? Because you said you didn't have any information on it. Do you have any information on the points raised?
I don't have anything to add to what Mr Barber's already said. I think he's covered all the points that I would make. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Caston.
Thank you, Chairman. I asked a question earlier about the east side boundary of the allotment gardens and the future of the pond and the trees in there. Could you enlighten me, please?
Yes, happy to do so. My understanding is that that pond actually stays, and I think it forms part of the site-wide drainage strategy.
Could I come back? It's not in any of the drainage plans that I could find.
Okay,
on the...
I will need to take that away and double check that. But my understanding was that it formed part of that strategy. But I'll take that away and have a look.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Mayor.
Can you confirm that the spine roads will be built to adoptable standards, and if so, that they will be offered to the County Council for adoption?
That's my understanding, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Field.
Thank you. Sorry to return to the building regs. I wonder if the Persimmon rep could tell me, are houses built to the building regs as they exist at the point of approval, reserved matters approval perhaps, or are they built to the building regs that exist at the time of construction?
I believe it's at the time of construction, so whatever regulations are available at that time, once construction is commenced, that's the building regs that we would build out to.
Thank you.
That's been confirmed by Ian Deprez as well. Okay, any more questions for the applicant? No? Okay. So we'll now move on to the ward member. Peter Gould is unable to be here today, so I'll read out his statement. My apologies for not being able to attend Development Control Committee for its consideration of this important application. I know that the Town Council will be speaking to the committee and will address many of the points that I would otherwise make. The suitability of this site for substantial housing development was accepted in the town some time ago, and proposals have evolved over a number of years, initially through the place shaping work, and then as a key allocated site in the I Neighbourhood Plan. The I Neighbourhood Plan was approved at referendum in May last year with a substantial majority in support. As you'll see from the report, the Town Council has been very involved in renegotiating the scheme over recent months. As a result, the application better reflects the design brief agreed when outline consent was given, though there remains some tension between local aspirations in terms of housing design and the standardised approach of a national house builder. I'm sure that members of the committee will give heed to the comments made by the Town Council in its November 2021 submission, which, while finding no grounds to object to this application, reflects key points and policies in the I Neighbourhood Plan. Issues of sustainability and connectivity have been key to the Town Council's support for the application. I can confirm that my colleague, Councillor Jessica Fleming, and I are in discussion with officers about support for the development of environmental projects in I, including those identified in the Town Council's submission. Approval for this application represents a significant step in delivery of the I Neighbourhood Plan, and I hope the committee will give it approval. Peter Gould. Okay, members, so that's all the information before us. It's now up to us to discuss, debate and reach... Sorry? I was going to take a break at past when we're 2 hours in. You need one? Okay. We're happy to accommodate. Can I ask that there's absolutely no discussion about the application, please? And we'll start again in 10 minutes. Okay, so welcome back, everyone. So we've obviously heard all the information put before us, and it's now up to us to discuss and to come to a conclusion. So over to members, really. Who wants to kick it off? Councillor Passmore.
Right, yeah, I've just for a change. Thank you, Chairman. Well, this is quite an interesting application. Well aware, of course, that the outline permission has been granted, and this is just for reserved matters. And I think on balance, having heard what has been said by people, I'm actually going to propose approval, but I've got various conditions I would like to put down, of course, and that's up to everybody else to agree, and I'm happy to take additions to that if necessary. So we did ask the agent, and some of the conditions here, I do urge them to continue discussions with the officers and the Town Council on the design guide. We really want high quality developments in Mid-Suffolk. I'm not saying this isn't, but if there are ways of working together to improve it, so we can have a development that we're all proud of. And I think that's what we really want. I do know Eye very well. It is an historic, ancient borough, and we want to make sure any development up there complements it properly, not just stuck in there. So that's the first one. I am a little bit concerned, but I think the agent and the developer have said they are prepared to have discussions about improving the ecology and mitigation, as per the letter in the papers there with the Suffolk Wildlife Trust. Again, I'd like the officers, if I may, to take that as a delegated condition to deal with that. The permeability of the driveways, I just want to make sure we've got belt and braces on that. I think you all know where I'm coming from, and I think a lot of other members of the committee are. It's not about being pedantic or getting down to exact details, but making sure we are doing everything we possibly can to preserve our very scarce natural water resources in one of the driest parts of the country. With that ecology mix, I think, James, you mentioned about the pond. There seems to be, we need some certainty about the pond and its retention, so if that could be added in as well. Again, discussions there. There's been a lot of discussion about phase 2. We can't do anything about phase 2. I just wonder whether it might be helpful, and there's an element of trust here, and I'm sure Persimmon will be coming back with other applications in the future. We need to make sure that the overall planning conditions that were given the outline with the right housing mix endures all the way through. I absolutely understand the Town Council and those on the periphery and working towards the centre, but this is done on trust. We can't condition that, but I would like to add a pretty strong advisory note to make sure everybody understands this committee is not just waving it through and not ignoring that. And I think that's the way to do it, because we can't actually debate phase 2. So that's in the spirit of cooperation, trust and working together. That's it, Chairman. Thank you.
Can I just ask Philip just to comment on the two sites and the point that Councillor Passmore just raised about, what stamp can we put on this?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes. So you have an outline permission which was granted before a plan was made. So you've got a factual tension in the sense that people will do land deals to anticipate a certain sort of development, and that starts to commit their hand in terms of what they expect. Nonetheless, you've got a statutory duty to consider this application against the development plan. The I neighbourhood plan is part of the development plan. I3 deals with mix. Like most planning policies, you cannot have an absolute hard line. There must always be scope for consideration of facts on the ground. And I3 talks about alternative mix being only permitted where evidence is brought forward that demonstrates that that mix is not viable or deliverable. You also don't have the complete picture of this development at this point. So if you were to try and pursue the question, you've got more questions about what this scheme actually amounts to in totality. And from my perspective, Councillor Passmore's approach of an informative seems to me that shot across the bows to say there is an expectation of this, and that by the time the details for the rest of this development come back in front of you, you will be able to mark it against that and draw a conclusion. Clearly, the Town Council, right from the outset of this application, have expressed concern that this policy is a question mark unresolved. You've heard what the applicant has to say about that this morning. From my perspective, the informative approach puts down your marker, that you are alive to the plan and know what it should expect. And I would anticipate that by the time you get a revised, a supplementary application for that further phase, that you will either have an application that meets that policy or that very clearly demonstrates why it is not viable or deliverable, which is expected within the terms of the policy itself. So I have heard the conversation about mix. I think what you have is a pragmatic solution which doesn't pull any punches, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Chair. Firstly, I just want to highlight the I Neighbourhood Plan. This is the most recent part of the adopted development plan, despite it not being mentioned at 12.1 in our papers. We as a committee, as a planning authority, should be taking that as our first port of call. It's the most recent and has only been through a referendum in May 2021. And it does provide an awful lot of detail about what the residents of I would expect to see. I appreciate this development is reserved matters and it is already got outline permission. And I think the internal landscaping of the site is good, and I'm pleased to see the variety of open spaces, the amount of trees and so forth. I assumed that on the conditions that various ecology matters such as swift boxes and so on and so forth will be in use. However, I would like to see or to be assured that the northern boundary of hedging, trees and so forth is one, planted in advance, which we never seem to get, of a development starting, so that it is actually doesn't take 5 years for those residents to feel the impact of it in relation to the industrial area to the north. So I would like some reassurance on that. Whether that comes through conditions or not, I'm not sure. I think it's rather disappointing, and I'm sorry to say from Persimmon, that the whole issue about gas boilers, we've got an application later on today from a large house builder with air source heat pumps. I mean, we see many with air source heat pumps with different types of ways of meeting our climate change emissions objectives, and it is very disappointing that it's not, there's no foresight there, and I find that very, very surprising, and I'd be quite interested if they were to, send details to the council in due course of what they are planning to do in general, really. So that's disappointing. However, in terms of designs of the actual housing itself, that seems to have been an improvement on what was first put forward, and again, I Neighbourhood Plan have made comments about the design in line with what they've suggested. But the thing that I'm really not happy about is the housing mix. We need 2-bedroom homes. There are 18.8% of these homes are going to be 2-bedroom, and that's against I Neighbourhood Plan's ask of 53% and our own of 34%. It's only half. It's half of what Mid Suffolk are asking for in 2-bedroom homes. Now, those figures we've known about for a long time, and I can't see that it's been demonstrated, as the Chief Planning Officer said, in terms of the viability, or it's kind of anecdotal in terms of not being able to provide 2-bedroom homes. And in fact, there's the comments about working from home in order to kind of push up the figure of 3-bedroom homes. But we need houses for people to downsize into, so people in who are living in bigger homes and want to downsize and stay in people in surrounding villages who want to downsize can move into, and that is what we need. So I am disappointed about the housing mix, and I think that should have been considered far more upfront in terms of this. And given, again, I say that I Neighbourhood Plan is the most recently adopted part of the development plan, that is what should hold sway. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Matt.
It's very strange.
Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, thank you. Right, I'm with you again. Yeah, can I just ask Councillor Eburn to repeat the percentage of two-bed homes that will be required in phase 2 in order to achieve the overall mix across the two?
Did you want to keep going, Councillor Masson, or come back to you? Okay. Councillor Mansell.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try not to repeat what my fellow Councillor Eburn has just said, but I do agree with all that she has said, and with all the best will in the world and a whole host of informatives, I just can't see phase 2 coming through with 89% two-bedrooms houses. No doubt we will be given lots of evidence at that stage about why it's unviable. So I think it is incredibly disappointing that we have so few two-bedroom homes in this phase 1 of this development. I also think that given that our neighbourhood plan is the most up-to-date planning policy document that we have, and I believe that says that electric vehicle charging points should be on all new homes, and we only have ducting here. So I think that would be something that I would like to see on all the properties, and I think that is, if I've read our neighbourhood plan correctly, that is part of the policy there. I'm also, I'm sorry to harp on about it, I would like an informative about carrying on the discussion about a pedestrian access to Haygate, was it called Haygate? Which I believe the agent said that they were trying to negotiate, but there was a land permission thing that they couldn't guarantee it. But I think that would be a good way for existing residents of to access that large tract of open space that is coming alongside this development, which I think is great, actually. It looks like, you know, lots of footpaths and open space and a link from one side of the town to the other for pedestrians, so that the residents of this new development don't feel cut off from the rest of the town, and they can walk in lots of different ways, do a circular route, do their shopping in the middle of town or whatever. The more pedestrian connectivity we can build into this, to the existing network of roads and footpaths, the better. But I too, like Councillor Eburn, do have my doubts about the housing mix. I am concerned about the low number of two-bedroom dwellings on this site, and also the EV charging I think needs to be updated. And I think, in fact, I'm a bit baffled by this developer who has said that they're unlikely to finish their first properties they're hoping to complete by November. That's after this June date when we've been promised the new building regs, and yet they say, oh, we're going to put gas boilers in the ones that are completed before then. Well, it sounds like there aren't going to be any, so you know, why haven't they got something in plan for those houses that they're going to finish by the end of this year that will not be compliant with the building regs should this new document come out? So there are a couple of anomalies, but on the whole, I think they've done a lot of work. The layout looks okay, and they have thought about some things and improved the design. But I'll wait to hear what other people say, whether we can put any more pressure on them to get more of what we want. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up was Councillor Caston.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I agree with a lot that Councillor Passmore said, and he mentioned the pond in there, which I was quite pleased about. I think we need to be quite robust in asking for that pond to be kept, because I get the feeling we're not going to get anything that we don't absolutely force through with this one. But that's a personal opinion. There's a good green area on here. It is disappointing, the housing mix. For me, that isn't enough. That's not a big enough reason here to say that this isn't an acceptable plan. The charging points, I don't know how environmentally friendly it is to ship over copper from South America and aluminium from Australia, to put pipes in, to put cables in to EV charging points that may never be used, or could be superseded reasonably quickly. For me, I think that's bad for the environment, and that's a lot of carbon that could just sit in a duct for the whole time and never be used. That worries me. That, for me, if the committee really wants those cables in, that's not a massive issue for me. But the thing that really worries me a little bit with this is, as you enter this development, you on the outside you've got the foul pumping building. You can't see it on this site outline because it's cut off. But in the proper site, on the left-hand side, as you drive in, you've got the foul pumping station, and that, to me, really urbanises this development. Can we put a little bit of landscaping in, just mitigate the impact of that? It might be a beautiful building, but it probably won't be. So could we just put something in to mitigate the impact of that that foul pumping station on the left-hand side as you enter, please? But I'm happy to second Councillor Passmore's proposal. I would be interested to see what councillors think about that.
Okay, well, we'll pick up those points. Councillor Mayor.
Thanks, Chair. I think there's much about this development that I like, and I particularly like the fact that the parish council, the town council, the developer have engaged together and changes have been made. I find housing mix baffling. Why, as a developer, would you front load phase 1 with the potential that you could be forced to deliver 2-bed houses in phase 2, which may not be profitable? Strange. But having listened to Mr. Isbell, that's outside the remit of this committee, and I think an informative is the best we can do. I do hope that phase 2 comes back before this committee in the future. Rechargers, I think we need to be a little bit careful about electric chargers. As I understand it, different cars require different chargers. I would prefer to see, notwithstanding what my colleague said, I would prefer to see the electrical installation installed to the distribution level, and then owners can put their own chargers that they need for their particular vehicle. Putting in a standard charger that might just be ripped out in the future doesn't seem to make sense to me. But yeah, notwithstanding the issues around 2-bedroom houses, I will support this application.
Thank you. That's everyone that wants to speak, so I'll just make... you want to come back?
Yep. Yes, I did. I just wanted to get that 89% in front of us all again, as I couldn't quite believe when I heard it before, and I thought, she said, yeah, 89%. Yeah, the problem to me is, the mix, is that even if we get 50 or 60% 2-bedroom houses in phase 2 to shift the thing nearer to what the I neighbourhood plan says, we're then actually creating a social issue in the lack of diversity that you would have in the second phase. And so, I really don't quite think I can actually support this. I mean, yeah, you can see it's a really nice application. A lot of effort's been put into to how the thing looks, and we're going to get a bit more on the ecology, hopefully, than is with us so far. And yes, the connectivity, lots of nice things, but it is just too far away from what is our development plan, which is the I neighbourhood plan mix.
Thank you. Councillor Field, you want to go next?
I'll spare you the long speech. My feeling really is the thought that this will be built to the June or July building regs is a great improvement. Just what they carry, we don't know. But at least it's got to be better than we have now. I sort of remain in hope that sometime Persimmon will negotiate a good price for ground source or air source heat pumps with someone and get on with it. And we'll leave that like that. I am pleased to see installation of points for electric chargers to be connected. I am inclined to think putting the ducts in is the critical part of the job. Pulling cables into them is a low-cost exercise that can be done when you wish. Ensuring that there's adequate capacity in houses to supply such devices is vital. Redoing the low-voltage network would be extremely expensive, so that seems to meet those requirements. So I'm fairly happy on that, and obviously the comments about the general appearance and things I go along with. I have to say I'm a little concerned about failing to meet the I neighbourhood plan quantities of houses, the size split. Although I have to say that I sit here, I was trying to think if I've known anybody who has ever downsized, and I suppose, 20 years ago my father did. So I do know one person, but it is a concept that I sometimes wonder why we peddle quite so hard. So I'm inclined to agree that I would go along with the application as it is, and rely on phase 2 to put numbers right if we need to do that. Thank you.
Thanks. I think I'm the only one that hasn't given a view. I also share the concerns of the Town Council in terms of the mix, and it is, I go along, I think I use the same words as Councillor Mayers. I am baffled because, it would be so simple just to deliver a little bit better than going to these sorts of numbers up front, which then leaves what is going to be a problem in the next application. I mean, we all know it's going to happen, but we can't talk about the next application because it's not before us. But, I think we're storing up a problem for that. I'm also slightly bemused. We have applications before us from major house builders virtually every 2 weeks or every 4 weeks. And this council meets every 2 weeks with planning applications. And I can't remember if we've ever had a national house builder come in still unsure as to how they're going to heat the housing, especially when the building regs are only going to change in 4 months' time. So again, that slightly baffles me. It's not what we'd normally expect at the committee. In terms of the ecology, what I would ask is that this site is an exemplar for ecology. What I'm very nervous of is if you drive into Framlingham where the trees were planted, there are 4 trees on the road and they've now reached about 2.5 metres after 4 years, and you can't actually see a tree. So I think I take Councillor Eburn's point, early planting is critical because it takes a long time for that to grow. So if we can do anything in terms of early planting to actually help the site feel that they're, to actually see the ecology improve. So if there's anything we can do for it to be an exemplar, I'd be really happy. I agree with the Town Council. I think we should have electric charging points on every house. I drive a hybrid. I come here, I sit next to 3 other, 4 other, 5 other, 6 other different electric cars in the car park. We can all plug in. I know it's different speed of charging, but the actual plug itself is pretty universal. So I would, again, agree. I think we should have electric charging points at every property, but I hear my colleagues don't necessarily agree with that, but that's a personal view. So those are the points. So I'll support it, but I've got to say it's pretty begrudgingly. I don't think this is an example of how applications should be brought to this committee, and I am disappointed with it. But I think an informative just about gets it over the line, but it is a very just. So anyone else wish to speak? Otherwise, what I'll do is can I ask you to round up what's in the recommendation with all the additional points, please, Phil?
Thank you, Chairman. If I can check what Councillor Passmore is. Councillor Passmore, I thought, was quite open-minded about what he'd be prepared to accommodate. So it would be useful just to check what's on the table. And so if we deal with the mix question first of all, what I'd suggest having heard debate is a note on the following terms. So this is an informative to add to the decision notice. The committee note that the I neighbourhood plan expects a housing mix set out in policy I3, which is not yet demonstrated to have been met with this reserved matters application for this phase. The committee will expect further phases of this development to demonstrate that those further phases accord with that development plan policy so that the overall mix across the outlined permitted site accords with the development plan, including the requirements of I3 of the neighbourhood development plan. So I can and the applicant is here, and I will have a conversation after this in relation to this, but that was what I would suggest to you, Councillor. Then there was the question of the ecological conditions, which I think picked up from page 52 of the papers, and the recommendation regarding swift nest boxes and hedgehogs. And I'd suggest a condition which is effectively a further scheme of ecological on-plot enhancements to include the installation of swift nest boxes and hedgehog permeable boundaries to be agreed, together with the timetable relative to occupation. And then in relation to permeable driveways, fairly straightforward. There's actually quite a lot of hard surfacing, not just driveways. There are connected footways and paths here, so I think I would suggest, to pick up your point in its totality, effectively we're looking at a scheme of permeable driveways and hard surfacing across the site to be agreed. And then I did hear Councillor Eburn talk about landscaping delivery. I don't know how much the proposer of the motion wishes to go with that, but so perhaps if I can ask that question, whether I've got that right so far.
There, if everybody agrees. I mean, you mentioned, Matthew, making an exemplar, and I agree, and I know exactly what you're talking about in Framlingham. It's so stark. It looks it's like a lunar landscape when you move in. So good mature tree planting, looking after them, a really good, robust scheme, as I said and others have said, something that we can be really proud of. And, you know, I'd like some views in there from the town council as well, because they don't want just a, and I'm not saying it would be a blot on the landscape, but there's a risk when we do these things. And I get fed up, and I'm not saying this has happened here, so-called enforcement of these conditions. You see two little whips of trees about 3 feet tall. You know, this is where a bit of imagination needs, so it really does make a difference. And the report I was referring to, as per the Suffolk Wildlife Trust, I'm sure they've got views they put in their letter there. So we don't need to write it all down, but I think that's the spirit of it, making a scheme that we are all proud of, involving the Suffolk Wildlife Trust and the Town Council, and I think that would cover it. But you obviously get the gist of what everybody's been saying.
Councillor Eburn, do you want to come in?
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Passmore, would you be happy to put advanced planting in? Say mentioning the advanced planting, because particularly around that edge where you're not going to, so that it gets going in advance.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll try projecting a little further. So I think where we got to with that, because I wasn't with the pond point, what we're talking about is, I think, a scheme of landscape and ecological mitigation and enhancement timetabling. So we've got the landscaping details, we've got the planting plans, we have that within the bundle at the moment, but this is about the timetabling of it across the site to be agreed, which shall in particular require the planting of the northern boundary of the site not later than the commencement of construction. Because obviously this is a development that will happen over time, and I don't know whether that does or doesn't pick up on Councillor Eburn's interest, and whether the northern boundary was the focus or whether it's wider than that.
I think it will.
I would say wider where possible.
Yes,
and please, because if Framlingham's the classic example, there are 4 trees that are, after 5 years, are 3 metres tall if you're lucky, and you can't see them.
And I would hesitate to use the word common sense, but as we've said here, but seriously, on a point, because it is about making a scheme we can be proud of, and I think if you get the spirit of that, that's what we would all expect. And I know the Town Council and the developers are here. You heard it all here, and I don't want anybody coming 5 miles down the road and giving me earache and saying, what the hell are you guys doing? So, no, I mean, the common sense should prevail in this. We know what we all need. We all know what we're talking about. Please do it and make sure that it's something that is really, really excellent.
Philip, anything else you want to add?
Chairman, I still need help on the pond.
So the pond at the back, Councillor Caston.
I'd like to see a focus on the pond for biodiversity, to see it protected, kept or improved. That includes the water coming into it, not cut off, or however it might be a spring, I don't know. But I'd like to see that officers just look at that quite closely and just keep that, maintain that biodiversity point in this development.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Maston?
Yeah, I just wanted to help Mr Isbell with the Suffolk Wildlife Trust is on page 132, And also that I think since they wrote this letter, which was in March last year, I think House Martins have joined swifts in the family of species that are increasingly at risk, amber list, whatever it is. So House Martin cups is the phrase, yes, which I'm sure Mr. Passmore will agree to.
He will.
As well as the swifts and the hedgehogs and
okay,
the skylarks.
Right, so do you just want to run through that for us before we go to a vote, please?
So, Chairman, we've got the informative, and I think I talked you through that previously. We've got a condition which is to require a scheme of on-plot enhancements to include the installation of swift and House Martin nest boxes, stroke cups, and hedgehog permeable boundaries to be agreed. A scheme of permeable driveways and hard surfacing to be agreed. And then a scheme of landscape and ecological mitigation and enhancement timetabling across the site to be agreed, which shall in particular require the planting and boundaries of the site not later than the commencement of construction. And I think that, Chairman, is as far as I'd got to with this. Oh, sorry, the water features. Sorry, I haven't quite finished that. And a scheme to safeguard existing water features across the site to be agreed, Chairman.
I did feel that the committee wanted to do something on the EV charging points. I personally didn't, but I did get the feeling the committee wanted to.
The proposer and seconder.
I'm happy to accept a proposal for that, but
I mean, our policy is that we should have EV charging points at every property. I thought that was our policy. Is that correct?
Chairman, I think again we look to iNeighbourhood Plan, and I haven't currently got that on screen at the moment. We do have an application. The outline permission includes a requirement to submit an energy strategy, which could perhaps include this. This is something that you can delegate to officers to take away if you like, because clearly there is the recommendation includes adding conditions as need be, and I think the alternative is to add a further informative that there's an expectation that we look to optimise that against the policy in the iNeighbourhood Plan. So that we take
I think the point is the courtyard parking. If that's where you have to park and there's no charging, then you've got a problem. So that's why we need to just make sure everyone has access to the EV charging rather than those that just have garages. Okay, Councillor Mansell, and then we'll go to the vote.
I think I read that the courtyard parking was the bit that was going to have ducting. There was going to be ducting to every dwelling would have ducting to one parking place. So I assumed that included the courtyard parking. And I assumed ducting was just a channel underground, not including wiring, which is different, but I don't know what the iNeighbourhood Plan, whether it says ducting or wiring or plugs or what.
Councillor Mansell on this point, and then I think we'll go back to Philip and we'll just agree the wording.
I'm just looking at policy I policy 25, and it's very clear about having EV charging for dwellings with off-road parking, and gives specific saying if you've got communal parking, what that should be, if you've got new, whatever. So it's not saying that if you've got a courtyard.
Okay, so we go within the. We need to just follow the policy.
Yeah, they've assumed that obviously if you're in a courtyard parking, it's going to be a different circumstance. So if we followed that, it'd be easiest, I'd have thought.
Yeah. Okay. So on that basis, what's it called? I-25. Policy I-25.
Sorry, Chairman, are we adding a condition in informative?
No, we're just expecting that will be followed. I think. Okay, so Councillor Passmore, Councillor Caston, you're happy that we go to the vote on that basis? Okay, so over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Members, that vote is now in progress and you're up. Councillor Field. Thank you.
I'm having some trouble. Could I vote verbally, please?
Of course you can.
4.
Thank you. Hasn't come through to me yet. Shall I take yours verbally for now?
I'll do it now. I thought I'd done it once, but it obviously didn't go.
There it is. Thank you. Sorry, Chair, that's 5 votes for and 3 against.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's 5 for, 3 against. Okay, thank you very much. Can I just ask people who are moving chairs to do that now so we can bring in the next speakers? Okay, folks, so the next application before us is agenda item 8B, which is DC 20-04067, which again is in I, and we'll hand over to, sorry, don't worry, move seats, hand over to the case officer Sean Bubbenbury. Over to you.
Thank you, Chairman. So this application follows on well from the previous application. This application is for 15 dwellings.
Sorry, we really can't hold two conversations. Sorry. Thanks. Okay, back to you.
So again, members will be quite familiar with the overall site for development on the Eye airfield, which we've obviously discussed with the main town of Eye in this location here, the Eye airfield to the north and the A140 with Yaxley to the west. So this is the site of this current application, which is located in the northeast corner of the airfield site with the access off Langton Grove. So again, looking at the overall development for the outline application, which is edged in red, the site you've previously been discussing had that access from Castleton Way, and this current scheme takes access off Langton Grove. Again, just for reference, the Persimmon site you've just been discussing is edged in red. The intervening parcel of land is shown here edged in blue, which is the future phase that we've been talking about, and this current application for 15 dwellings is further to the north. So there's no immediate connectivity between the application that's before you now and the one that you've previously been discussing. So looking at the constraints map, again, it's all probably quite familiar to you, the network of footpaths throughout the site, but not on this particular application site, which is up here in the northeast corner. Listed buildings, we have got the Mulberry Bush Nursery, which is near to the site, and a cottage just there off Langton Grove. Otherwise, they're really concentrated in the centre of Eye and its conservation area. Again, this was touched on. This is the high pressure gas main area, but there's no objection from the protection in terms of the impact on the planning application. Again, just for reference, the indicative master plan, so parcel 15 is this area in the north-east of the site where the current application is centred. Doesn't cover the whole of the site. We're talking about 15 dwellings in this application, and the site is actually a bit of an L shape. So there is a bit of a departure from this indicative master plan, although the principles are generally followed. The blue star there is the proposed care home, which in taking into account the current site boundaries, that care home would actually be likely to be located in this area here. You can see the green way through the site, and the current application involves the car park nursery for the mulberry bush, which is to be, well, and at the moment is positioned in this location here, although it was in the indicative master plan just across the other side of the road. And this is the very similar plan from the development brief. So I'm afraid the plans are orientated the other way round, but here is the access coming in off Langton Grove. This position here is the restructured Mulberry Bush Nursery car park with a sort of plastic sheeting to enable grass to grow through. And then the roadway continues round, leading to private drives at the end. So the development brief did specifically mention that this parcel of land would have an edge of settlement character with detached properties interspersed with landscaping. This layout shows boundary hedging, new native planting to all of the boundaries, enhancing some of the existing hedgerow planting which exists in this location here. We've got a mix of 3, 4 and 5 bedroom properties on this part of the site. As I say, the development brief envisaged that they would all be detached properties. The scheme was amended during consideration so that these properties here are all single storey, and there's an 18-metre buffer zone identified there to protect the amenity of these houses in Bothy Close. So we've got houses in Bothy Close here. These are properties in Langton Grove. This is a barn which has permission for conversion to 2 dwellings, and these properties here are in Baldwin Close. This is the landscaping proposal, which just gives a bit more detail in terms of there is some existing trees marked on the site, but enhanced boundary planting is proposed, and roadside trees to create a sort of avenue context for the development. So the house types, the materials are a mix of red and grey pantiles, render and brickwork. And we have a mix, as I say, of 3, 4 and 5 properties, including bungalows and dwellings. Again, to pick up some of the discussion from the previous application, each property has solar panels shown. Each property has electric charging points, and there are 3 charging points shown in the nursery car park. The applicant has submitted a sustainability statement, but there is a condition on the outline which would look at these features in more detail. So I'll just flick through these. So it has picked up some of the features which are mentioned in the development brief, which is to have features such as chimneys and brick header and sill detailing and local materials. Garages where they're proposed are black weatherboarding. So each plot is actually individually designed. I'll just go through these to give you an indication. So to put the site in its context, this is the access into Langton Grove from the main road, which then leads into Eye. And the grass verges here are the existing visibility splays, which are mentioned in the highways comments, but that has been conditioned as on the outline permission. This is the visibility splay looking north, out of Eye Town Centre, and looking in towards the footpath linking through to the town. These are the houses in Bothy Close, which I mentioned, which back onto that northeast corner of the site. So this is then the way into the site through Langton Grove. You can see the character of the existing properties which bound the site. And this is the other listed building that I mentioned in Langton Grove. So we're now heading in towards the site and the nursery car park. These are houses in Baldwin Close. And looking back, this is the barn that's got permission for conversion, and then the site comes off to the left. The bit of greenery here represents the start of the greenway leading into the site, which you can then see here, the nursery parking on the left and the access into the site with, so this is the nursery car park. The greenway leading into the site with the existing farm buildings and the wind turbines beyond, which have been referenced earlier. This is the eastern site boundary. The rear of the properties in Langton Grove, the site boundary along here. This again really shows the level nature of the land. This is looking back towards the car park. And these are the rear of the properties in Bothy Close, where there is an 18-metre buffer zone, and the proposed dwellings are single-storey to protect amenity there. This is the northern boundary of the site. And this is the very southwestern corner, which links then onto that second parcel of land that we've been talking about. Chairman, picking up on some of the comments which were previously raised, in terms of landscaping, we have got native trees and hedges proposed, and we could take on the notion of the early planting of the boundaries in particular, if members felt so inclined. Private drives are permeable. Each property has electric charging point and 3 provided in the nursery car park. And there is an indication of the pedestrian and cycle route continuing into this next parcel of land, in this location here, and in the recommendation I have suggested that there should be some more detail provided to show exactly where that route would go, and if further discussions are taking place with the adjacent developer, then that can all be taken into account. Again, as previously mentioned, there's a number of conditions which still need to be cleared from the outline permission. So the details of the surface water drainage is one such condition. There's been a lot of negotiation on this application with the Flood Authority, and they're generally happy with the layout, but would just like further details to be agreed by condition. The scheme is within the general principles of the neighbourhood plan, the development brief, the character that was envisaged for this particular area, and the recommendation is of approval as on page 193. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I guess you can imagine the questions we'll have is the heating sources and triple parking.
Yeah, the indication from the developer is that the properties would have air source heat pumps. They've all got, as I mentioned, the solar panels, but the exact details would come forward on the condition for an energy strategy. There's no triple parking.
Thank you very much. Okay, I've got a bunch of hands that have gone. Councillor Eburn, you were first.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Michelle, for that presentation. Could you just put slide, I think it was 58, probably the last one actually up. And could you just confirm that the care home will now be in where that's going to be? I presume it's that white, yeah, there, and the access will be built by this development to it, as it were, that access road.
The access is drawn going up to the site boundary in this position here. The care home is anticipated to be in this location here, which is all within parcel 15 that was identified in the section 106 and the development brief.
And just can I have the assurances that obviously it's moved from where it was in the master plan, that presumably it could move again, as it were, or it could be, but that it won't get lost, as it were. And then I've got a second question on landscaping, please.
Well, we haven't got an application for the care home, but it was proposed to be within this parcel 15 overall, which is where that remaining site could accommodate it.
Okay, thanks. And just while you've got that slide up on the landscaping, on the north side of the development, which on there is the right-hand side, yeah. I don't suppose it's very difficult to see the landscaping online, but do you have an indication of the width, as it were, because it looks a bit inadequate, but if you know whether that's hedging and trees and how deep that is there, because that would be the edge of the site. Thanks.
It would. I haven't got a specific width of the planting shown, but it is hedging. It is hedging and trees, native hedging and trees. The specification does talk about double staggered lines for the hedging.
Thanks. Councillor Mayor.
Thank you. The roads leading to the site, it's really quite complicated when you've got a commercial operation, i.e. the care home, and access to the houses. Will the spine roads be adopted? They don't appear to be at an adoptable standard at the moment.
The intention is that the roads would be to adoptable standard, and the outline was for 15 dwellings and the care home to be served off Langton Grove. As was mentioned previously, there's no direct vehicular route through to the rest of the site. It's only the care home and 15 houses to be served off Langton Grove.
Thank you.
Councillor Field.
Thank you. Just to return the care home, there is sufficient area for such a building, is there? Because somewhat concerned it seemed to have shrunk a bit. And the second question will be about the solar panels. They seem to be sort of tokens. There's 3 or 4, you know, a couple hundred quid's worth on each building, and some of them are on garages which are lower and will be shielded by the adjacent house. You don't get too much power out if you hide the sunlight. So could you, the care home is important. Is there an area that solar panels, are you assuring us that it will be developed into a sensible system?
Well, we haven't got any detail at all of the care home, so we're slightly operating as sort of envisaged, but I've spoken to Highways and they were happy in terms of the likely access in and parking provision. It would be limited, it could be a 2-storey in height, and that area of land would seem to be of a sufficient size. We haven't got the design before us, so we don't know exactly what the floor plan of that would be, but there's probably 1.5–2 acres or so there, hectares, sorry, to accommodate the site, and I would anticipate that would be sufficient. The solar panels, yes, they are shown. They're shown on each property, but the detail of them would be subject to that condition on the outline that requires an energy strategy to be submitted. So it might end up a little bit different than is indicated at the moment.
Councillor Mance.
Thank you, Chair. One of my questions has already been answered, but my other question relates to the pedestrian access to the wider outline permission and the existing public right-of-way network. There is no direct link from this application site to the existing public right-of-way network, which sort of just touches the corner of the sort of derelict building area. And the other thing I wanted to ask about, on the wider area of the outline permission, there's a sort of bit sort of to the northwest of this plot, which looks like it's completely cut off from the rest of the site, but it was on the existing outline that you wouldn't be able to access should this go ahead. So was that part of the drainage area or something? I'm not quite sure what the future of that particular sort of dog leg of red line on the outline is now going to be cut off. Maybe you could just explain what that bit of land is for. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, there isn't, the footpath network doesn't quite come up to the site. But in due course, there would be linkages through, again, reliant on the second phase of development. But the road and footpath is shown to go right up to the site boundary, and there is that potential cycle and pedestrian link from the southwest of the site, again, going into the adjacent site. Could we have the, yeah. So I think the buildings you're talking about, if I...
It's not buildings, it's the red, if you look at the red line, or the site location plan, which is on page 302, shows a sort of bent bit of red line on the outline permission that is completely cut off by this application.
Yeah, it'll take me a while to get back there, but it's potential relocation of the farm buildings. So presumably that would be served from the adjacent farmland. It was shown on the outline as the relocation of the adjacent farm buildings.
So that would come forward as another application, and the access would be through the road that goes to the care home? Is that how it would be accessed?
That's outside the current application site. It was part of the outline. There isn't provision in this application for access to that site. Whether it would come from other farmland, which again surrounds the whole of the parcel of land, the landowner presumably would wish to retain somehow or other an access to his own land and his farm buildings.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Matheson.
Thank you. Yeah, I was wondering whether there are any verbal updates or anything on the, there's various things I've flagged up on page 182, 183, case officer notes and so on, where these are the bringing forward of how the conditions are being met on the outline. Now, we understand that the conditions on the outline prevail. I think that what's kind of unsatisfactory to some extent is that we haven't got much of that in front of us at the moment. If you remember in the previous one, we'd actually got as a late paper the sustainability condition, how that was to be met. You know, I think it makes up the general point that I think Mr. Isbell's got now from the committee that we, you know, more of these conditions need to be prior to or concurrent with reserved matters, rather than hanging over beyond the reserved matters, which is, you know, I find uncomfortable, you know, in terms of assessing what we look in front of us at the moment. So if there's any help you've got on any of those, we've got surface water drainage, highway drawings, electric vehicle charging points, visibility displays. We looked at those. I didn't quite understand, was addressing perhaps some objection regarding the visibility display, and then the sustainability one further down page 183. So there's a few different things there that you know, I wondered if we've got any more knowledge about than when you wrote the report.
No, there's nothing to update, Chairman, but just that there are details which would be required by the conditions on the outline. The visibility displays are required by the outline, so they would need to be provided. And the final details of the surface water drainage, again, is a condition of the outline, although the Floods Authority are happy with the layout. It's some of the finer detail that they now just want to sort out.
Yeah, on the visibility display one, yeah, I was a bit puzzled by why it was being stated the red line on the outline cannot be changed at this stage. Yeah, I understand the words, but I just didn't quite understand why they were there.
The full extent of the visibility displays were not included in the red line of the application, of the outline application, of the outline. And so we can't now change the red line of the application site, although there was a condition, it's condition 33 of the outline, that the approved Langton Grove access, and it specifies a drawing number, should be laid out and constructed in its entirety, and that includes the visibility display. So highways were raising the point that the visibility display isn't included in the red line, but it is conditioned, and we're stuck with the red line of the outline. Yes.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I'm going to move us on then to public speakers. Is there no more questions? The first one is Richard Berry from the Parish Council. So, again, over to you. Have 3 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Town Council concerns with this application are not really centred on the design quality or the mix of the properties. We consider this to be good design and good architecture. And I have to say, in view of the discussion earlier this morning, it is a pity that that's not reflected over a wider area of the outline consent, if I could put it that way. The case officer in her presentation, though, confirmed that there had been some departure from the indicative master plan in the I neighbourhood plan. I have to say that I was pleased to see the attention that councillors gave the I neighbourhood plan as a current document. It's natural that there should be some deviation. It's an indicative plan after all, but it is in the neighbourhood plan and remembered by most of the community. It's the most frequently quoted diagram that comes back to me. So therefore, the community would like to see a revised one, showing the treatment of the boundaries between the two sites. There is a greenway to be protected between the Persimmon site and this site. And we'd also like to see an indicative location of the care home. We'd also like an assurance that the empty space in this application is not to be used to push the boundaries of the 280 for the outline permission, as we consider business is business and it may be a possibility. But the application possibly does show the difference between, if you like, bespoke design, which we have here, and standard house types. We are supporting the architecture, at least in this application, subject to the addressing of a revised indicative master plan, which the council would like to see. Just to conclude by saying that both these sites, and particularly perhaps this one, have great design potential. They have good open space, relatively low density by modern day standards. And we'd absolutely support any measures that members can bring about preserving the integrity of those open spaces and their management. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any questions at all? No? Okay, thank you. Philip, do you comment on the master plan?
Well, not especially, Chairman. I mean, the master plan is a snapshot in time, and it forms the basis for the outline permission, but it's indicative. So revising an indicative is only going to get you another indicative, which I appreciate that question of certainty is difficult where you have more than one owner. I think the opportunity to revise an indicative within this is probably a conversation that the Town Council and myself could take up with Persimmon as a wider activity, but ultimately there's probably something about how the two owners collaborate on this, and don't know there's necessarily a collaboration agreement in relation to the total site. So the value of revising an indicative plan, I think, to me, only takes you so far with another indicative.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, no questions to the Parish Council, so we'll move on. Now, as it happens, we don't have an objector, we don't have a supporter, we don't have the agent, and the ward member has nothing further to add to what was said on the previous application. So it's over to us to discuss, debate, and come to a conclusion. Councillor Mansell. Sorry, Eburn.
Since nobody else everyone's hesitating, I think the interesting thing with this particular application is that it was very clear in the outline as to what was being asked for here in terms of that had to be detached homes and it had to be because it was on the edge of the area. So I think, and that has been followed through, unlike necessarily in the previous one. So as far as I can see, it follows pretty much what has been expected from the outline and what the residents of I would be therefore expecting to see here. And as far as the design and the layout and so on, I think it looks in line with what was expected. My only kind of comments really, and I'd be interested what others say. I think the points about the greenway, so in terms of when you go into the site on the left where I think the nursery car parking is going to be, and there's a bit of a pond, but that then leads through into the site, is how that we ensure that is kept as is, and then we'll follow through into the rest of the site. But also the northern boundary, I've still got a concern in general about landscaping, and I think that we really should be ensuring that the landscaping on that northern boundary is as definite as possible, and has got a good wide, it's a spacious site in terms of the housing on it, so it's got a good wide area of hedging and trees, and that again they are started in advance. Other than that, Chair, I haven't got any further comments to add, but I'd be interested to see what everyone else says. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Matson.
Thank you. Yeah, I was interested that both the Town Council and Mr Isbell have sort of conceded that the master plan which is contained within the neighbourhood plan is only indicative. I did quite wonder about that, reading what the town council had said about the two applications, really, you know, as to how strong that master plan was as policy, and the answer is, well, yeah, up to a point, but not very much, kind of thing. And it sort of leaves me wondering a little bit whether neighbourhood plans need to have something, I don't know, is it a design brief? Does that become more strong or something? But I mean, in terms of this application right now, it's pretty nearly there, really. I can't see any reason that I wanted to object to it. It's just a little more certainty about some of the conditions on the outline being met properly, and the totality of the outline being satisfactorily delivered that Councillor Mansell's picked up already. So any help on that, but no particular big issues.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to go to Philip Isbell on this point.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, just to pick up on that point about the status of the plan. I mean, it is part of the development plan. It sits within I's neighbourhood plan, and that is how they expect to see the development come forward. The problem is that on the outline permission, it is indicative, and, you know, a little bit of give, a little bit of take here or there within the red line totality of the site will always happen with the reserve matters application. So to that extent, I mean, I think it's useful to revise the indicative plan, but on the critical document, which is going to be the planning permission, that's the document everyone should turn back to, and we'll still be looking back to that, you know, and we'll be trying to read a bunch of documents together. I's neighbourhood plan is accompanied by its own neighbourhood master planning and design guidance. That's quite detailed. That sets out principles for how you should be going about the activity of designing these things. But obviously, you know, you're trying to fit 2 or 3 documents together, and it's not a neat, clean fit. But I accept, you know, the evolution of the master plan is almost predictable on any site, and is sensible to pick up here.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, I accept that the you know, moving of the care home and so on. Yes, that's very, you know, minor within, etc. It's more this question of whether the bits join up, and that the overall scheme is getting delivered. That is the worry, really. I mean, it seems to me that Persimmon have expressed their reservations about the cycle and pedestrian connection because it's with another landowner, but this is the other landowner, so they've got their end of it marked up on there as well. So it looks as if that's effectively secure, isn't it? Is that the same one that Persimmon were talking about? No. It's not. Oh, hard luck.
Councillor Passmore.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Well, I actually rather like this application, and having heard what everybody else has said, I don't think it's particularly controversial. So, I am going to propose approval, but there are a few conditions to add, and I think some of the concerns the Town Council have raised, I take on board Philip's comment about having a dialogue. So, I don't know if you can actually condition that, because again, there are things you could do to try and ease some of the concerns. There was one, I didn't write it down, but there was some concern about overlooking of some houses on one of the boundary. It's in the papers, but I didn't write it down. But if that could be addressed, it's in one of the objections of the Town Council, Bothy Close or something. That's my mistake for not writing it down. Oh, here we go, I've got it. Yes, it's on page 198.2 at the bottom there, about a loss of amenity with rear windows and gardens overlooking the new homes in Bothy Close. I'm sure that could be delegated to address that without having to come back to this committee if members approve. Really pleased to hear the issues about permeability, solar panels, air force heat pumps. I think the layout, it could be a really, really spectacular development there. I do know the area really well. Well, I say really well, reasonably well, not in detail. But I do want to tighten up a little bit on the landscaping, the timing of planting. Again, really good, high-quality landscaping with decent trees, not little short ones there. And, of course, including our old friend on the biodiversity, things like swift cuts, even possibly in some cases swallow boxes if the open plan of some of the garages or whatever it does permit it. But again, I think delegating that for the biodiversity, hedgehog fences and so on, that should all be done. And any decent developer would actually should take them on course as a matter of principle in the first place. So we're very keen on that in this committee, and so therefore, with those couple of conditions about the ecology, stroke planting, and discussions with the town council to try and address some of their concerns, I would propose formally approval.
Sean, you want to come in?
Yeah, I just wanted to address your point about the overlooking and the residents at Bothy Close. When the scheme first came forward, there were two-storey properties there and they were nearer to the boundaries. So now they're single-storey and they're 18 metres away from the boundary. So that's been addressed.
Councillor Masson.
I think I would be happy to second this. Actually, I've got on these conditions. I noted on page 184 that there's a paragraph about the pond, which seems to call for a condition, effectively, and also then the next paragraph about the landscape consultants and so on. You know, I think the discussions we've already had apply there. So that's the other condition that Mr. Passmore, Councillor Passmore, was already looking for. And the other one I did think we could, given that there's a number of bungalows proposed, that it would be entirely reasonable to accept the Disability Forum suggestion of 50% M42 compliant in terms of disabled access. That should be very easy to deliver with all these bungalows. Thank you.
Okay, so anyone else wish to speak? Yeah, Councillor Mansell, then Councillor.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to check that the condition regarding the landscaping included Councillor Eburn's comment about the boundary on the northern side being beefed up a bit or whatever, being more prominent or better than it looks in the picture.
Okay, and Councillor Cass.
Yeah, I think this is a good layout. The solar panels on the roof, I'll agree with Councillor Field. I did a quick calculation. You'd need 21 square metres of solar panels to run a heat pump. But solar panels on the roof is great. It's good to see. It will do something towards the energy of that, the energy consumption. The only thing that I'll say about this is this a good opportunity to put native apple trees in that, where those 6 trees are in the middle of that that sort of roundabout sort of bit. I'd like to see that. I can leave that with the officers, but I think that would be a good addition to this. But apart from that, really like it. Happy to vote for it.
Thank you. And Councillor Field, you wanted to come in?
Just briefly, I think I counted the solar panels. There's 4 on each house. That's about £400 worth on about a £750,000 house. If I may be allowed that, it clearly should be increased from a token number, and I think I hope that's part of the agreement. And I don't know, about 21 metres. That sounds like quite a high number, but one would also recommend that they're put in places where they're not shielded by the rest of the house. But with that comment, I'm quite happy with this.
Thank you. So, Philip, can I ask you just to run through all the additional points, just to make sure we're clear? That's been proposed by Councillor Passmore and seconded by Councillor Matheson.
Thank you, Chairman. I do need to clarify quite what Councillor Passmore was expecting in relation to the Town Council points. So,
Only just you said you were happy to have some discussion. And I'm not saying you wouldn't do it, but I don't know whether you need to condition it or not.
it's not typically the territory of a condition. I'm just wondering if the concern here is about linking these items together, that there is a point of a condition which requires a revision of that master plan as part of this. And probably I'll take that back in relation to the other application, which is already a delegated item, so I've got discretion to add a condition there, but to ensure that there is that revision so that we have the sites delivering the pieces of this jigsaw that we anticipate. I mean, you've got in the recommended conditions details of proposed pedestrian cycle link, and obviously that question of development and phasing ties in with that. So, Chairman, I'll add a condition to require the agreement of a revision of the master plan for this parcel in relation to the future development of the care home and arrangements there. And the other point I have, much as with the earlier application, I'm suggesting that we have a scheme of landscape and ecological mitigation and enhancement timetabling. We have the landscaping details, as with the other application, but it effectively becomes back to requiring planting of the boundaries of the site not later than commencement. So that was one condition, which I think effectively is largely as before. And then on-plot enhancements, and picking up the points from place services on page 184, clearly there's swift nest boxes, Martin cups, hedgehog permeable boundaries, and I've noticed aquatic enhancements. Now, there is a condition on the outline which relates to a series of ecological mitigation steps. If you're happy, I'll add ecological aquatic enhancements to the condition that you authorise, but it may well be they're already addressed in that, but it does no harm to include them. Thank you, Chairman.
And M42, 50%?
I must have missed that during debate, Chairman. Perhaps you can remind me what Councillor...
As laid out on page 184, it's presumed that the bungalows 50% will be M42, adaptable and accessible standards. Okay, so on that basis, we're going to go to a vote, please.
Thank you, Chair. Members, that vote should now be in progress in your app. Councillor Field. Thank you. Councillor Carston, are you okay to vote online? Thank you. Thank you, members. That's 8 votes for, Chair. That's carried.
Okay, thank you very much. That's unanimous. Okay, so what I propose doing now is to take a break, come back at 1:15, and then at 1:15 we'll run through the final 2 applications without a break. If we don't break now, there's no chance of getting any lunch in any of the facilities, but downstairs is open till 1:30, as is over the road. Okay, so we'll meet back here at 1:15 sharp, please. Thank you. Okay, everyone, so welcome back. So we're going to move on to the next application before us, which is, the number is DC 2103292. This is a planning application in south of Birch Avenue in Bacton. And Philip's just going to just say something before we go to the case officer. So, Philip.
Thank you, Chairman. Apologies for the confusion that I might cause by saying this. You have a recommendation in your papers which effectively is split into two parts. And we are actually going to put a separate single recommendation to you to clear the 2 points. So Vince will talk to this as we go through, but I think with reflection, putting it in the option 1 and option 2 thing perhaps is more confusing than it needs to be. I'm sure members are absolutely on top of those two recommendations, but for entertainment we are going to recommend that you ignore those and that we have a single consolidated recommendation which Mr Vincent will now deftly move along to describe. Effectively, this is just to do with how we deal with the question of the rail crossing point. So if I can hand over to Vince now, all should become clear. The bulk of the conditions, there's no change to those, it's just that.
Thank you, Philip. Good afternoon, Chair, members, ladies and gentlemen. Let us proceed. In terms of where we were last time, you saw this back on 29th of November last year when you instructed the Chief Planning Officer to have further discussion with Network Rail over the question of the crossing. You were happy in principle with the development and you indicated that if Philip could resolve the issue with Network Rail, you would want to grant planning permission subject to a section 106. So as Phil says, we are simply looking at the question of the railway crossing. On the screen is the amended recommendation. I will come to that at the end, but that's there just to reaffirm the point made by Philip that there is an amended recommendation. So we have discussed the situation with Network Rail. They support the principle of the development, but they have concerns at potential increased risk through the additional use of the crossing, and we'll explore that a little later as we go through this presentation. Network Rail have suggested they have a hierarchy of preferences for the crossing. So, top of the list is extinguish the railway crossing and divert users, mostly pedestrians, cyclists, to the public paths. This is, of course, the route of a public right-of-way, a designated public right-of-way, footpath number 13. Suffolk County Council have already said that they oppose the closure of that footpath and they object to the extinguishment of the crossing. Next on the list for Network Rail is to extinguish the existing crossing and divert users to what would be a new stepped bridge. Third on the list is a bridge but with a ramp or a subway under the railway. And then fourth is a system of lights and warnings and gates so that pedestrians and cyclists wishing to cross have adequate warning that there is a train coming. As I say, Suffolk County Council oppose closure of the public right-of-way and they have opposed the Transport Works order to extinguish the crossing. Just to familiarise everyone with where Bacton is, north of Stowmarket between the A140 and the A14, not that far from Elmswell. So here we have the application site that you've seen. The yellow was the railway. And on this slide you see the layout that you previously were minded to grant permission for, and the dashed purple line is the line of the public right-of-way and the crossing point over the railway. So obviously the trains are going up and down and you'll see the footpath flashing. Now you may say, well, why are people wanting to cross at that point? What is the attraction of getting to the other side of the railway track? Most of the facilities, as you can see, are already on the west side of that railway line. Well, the answer is that there are sports facilities on the other side of the railway. So we've got Bacton United, 89, the football club, and that route is used in order to get to and from the sports facilities from the majority of the village. As you can see, you can go through the site and end up in Broad Road should you wish to cut right across the field. Now the advantage is, of course, that that crossing shortens your journey significantly. So to get from the development to the football club building would be 200 metres using the crossing. If you had to walk around the existing roads, that would be 1 kilometre, a 5 times longer walk. And so the County Council are insistent that there is actually a very strong need for that crossing. They opposed the extinguishment of the crossing on the basis that there is no suitable alternative route for pedestrians. If we can quickly, if this works, quickly fly. So here we have Birch Avenue running top to bottom on the left of the screen, and you can just see the line. If this works, is this going to? Yes. Just here, you can see where people walk across, and there's the crossing. So we'll quickly fly around, and you can see it's a relatively short walk before you're certainly at the football pitches and the clubhouse. The alternative, you start at the same point. You have to go up Birch Avenue, then you go along Plough Hill, under the railway bridge, right the way along to Broad Road, turn right, work your way right along Broad Road until you get to the sports facilities at that point. Just to re-emphasise the preferences from Network Rail: closure, bridge, underpass, and then some sort of warning barrier. What Bellway, the developer, are proposing is a warning system with gates and other alarms to provide advanced warning of trains coming. So on this simple diagram, taken at the yellow dot in the field just before you get to the existing crossing, there will be a gate, a system of fences, and alarms. We've got some elevations. So the photograph on the top right illustrates the type of warnings that will be available. And what I'm suggesting through the Chief Planning Officer is that we get additional detail, if you're minded to agree the recommendation, just to ensure we understand whether there are klaxons, whether it's flashing lights as well, is there a CCTV, the exact position of those gates, is it one side or two sides? Again, cross sections across the railway. Obviously you could walk round that, but you can at the moment. This is an existing public right-of-way that is well used. So what do you see at the moment? So you walk across the field. In the middle distance you can see some of the signage. You use a stile, and then you walk up a slight gradient, and then you're across the railway. At the moment there isn't any warning whatsoever. You only have your eyes to make sure that there's nothing coming. It is a straight section of track, but trains could be moving at 100 miles an hour along this section of the railway. So what is it that we are proposing? Effectively, we are suggesting that the recommendation that you saw back in November in terms of the development itself remains unchanged, but we are going to suggest that within the Section 106 agreement there is an additional clause that requires an appropriate railway crossing mitigation scheme to be agreed with the council and a timetable for its delivery. Our view is that having a system that had gates, alarms, is safer than the existing situation. The committee is minded to support the development. This would provide users of that path a safer way of crossing to get to and from the sports ground. The conditions that we're suggesting are as previously proposed. So as Philip says, our recommendation to you is that we now require the Section 106 agreement to be expanded to agree the securing of that crossing system, mitigation system. And at that point, the development could proceed. Philip.
Chairman, so what you have is a recommendation for an obligation to require the agreement of a scheme. There is and it doesn't alter the meat and drink of what you have on page 521, 522 of your papers from Network Rail, which was there. It starts on 519, 518. It's there, 17th of January letter. As ever, our friends at Network Rail sent us something yesterday, which we picked up during the course of the morning, and I've just been skimming that as Mr. Vincent has been talking. Effectively, we have no change to the position, albeit I think as part of construction mitigation, Network Rail are now also looking to seek some additional gatage and fencing in relation to the western side of the footpath as it approaches the railway. And from my perspective, all of that is within the scope of a scheme. And I think that a scheme is a broad enough set of words to enable us to try and reach a conclusion about the appropriate way of dealing with the risk here, Chairman. And so I'm not going to summarise the rest of Network Rail's fairly lengthy position. Their recommendations remain effectively to seek the extinguishment of the public right of way and include, amongst other things, stop lights, but they seem to have added some comments about working with ourselves, with the County Council Rights of Way team, to manage access from the western side. And I think that's sensible, but I think this needs further work, which doesn't necessarily affect the recommendation we're putting to you today. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. So in terms of, well, let's take questions first. Yeah, Councillor Matheson, then Councillor Field.
Yeah, it's disappeared now, but I saw the word timetable was there. I think that based on experience of Network Rail and so on, we need ways and words of nailing that down very firmly so it actually gets delivered in a timely way alongside the development or before or something. But definitely that is really, apart from that, that's the only concern.
We're just into questions at the moment. Yes. Okay. Okay.
So, Chairman, Network Rail's preference is that the mitigations be completed prior to occupation. So I think there's a conversation about what timing this would actually involve to get whatever process is in place. And they've got choices. Highways Act stopping up or extinguishment procedures, they're a separate matter. You know, that runs separate to the planning issue. I think the point is, at what point does the risk of users using this crossing increase materially such that it would be a source of concern?
Thank you.
So, Chairman, the expectation under this condition is, and there will inevitably need to be some negotiation, is that this obligation is something which is timed against the delivery of the development, so that it is a sequence of steps to mitigate relative to occupation.
Thank you. Councillor Field.
Yes, just a couple of questions. Thinking of one's experience at Gypsy Lane in Eden Market, I thought that the number of systems that British Rail are able to install is limited by the Rail Inspectorate, and that there are few of them. So I was wondering if the proposal you're making there is a known approved scheme that the railways can deploy, because clearly their option D, install miniature stoplights, although they seem ridiculously expensive as stoplights, but nevertheless is an approved scheme that they can use. And I'm not quite sure where we're deviating, and as long as we're deviating to good purpose, but knowing the Rail Inspectorate are difficult people, so...
I don't know if you can answer that. I noticed the applicants are nodding, so I'm guessing it has been, so we can ask them when we come to your point. But Philip, do you want to add anything?
Very simply, Chairman, the suite of recommendations A to D are the shopping list that I would be expecting to choose from, but not some other thing that has no track record. They are options and choices that Network Rail have set out as being their preferences. That is, I think, what the scheme would need to be.
Okay, well that's clear. Thank you. Councillor Mansell.
Sorry to harp on about the timing of the mitigation. It's all very well having a clause that it has to be done at a certain time in the development, but if Network Rail have got anything to do with it, how are we ever going to insist that they do it within the time constraints that is in the Section 106 agreement? Because we all know other places in the district where that clearly has not happened.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes. So we do all know other places where Network Rail have covered themselves in timetabling glory. From my point of view, you've got a series of options there, and if those options cannot be delivered in a realistic timetable, the option D, install miniature lights, is there, is credible, appears to be something that is likely to be approvable on the rail network, and seems to be, subject to question of cost, a matter that could be delivered relative to occupations. And the point is, at what point the risk profile changes when is it one person living in one house? Is it two people? Is it three people? You have a foot crossing, which there is a risk there already from people accessing the football facilities going across to and from a village. So at what point does that change from one categorisation to another would be my way of judging this. And if A to C are not deliverable in a reasonable timescale, it is likely to, from my perspective, that D is, subject to whatever the cost question is. But, I mean, I don't know what else I can say, Chairman. From a planning perspective, they are choices that Network Rail say are acceptable choices, and from a planning perspective, you have a means to deliver a decision and a resolution.
Okay, well we can't come to that.
Maybe I'll catch you later about the other one.
Okay, any more questions? Yes, Councillor Eburn.
Just a quick one, Chair. For the avoidance of doubt, we're looking at the set of lights and so on in this. Is that what is being recommended here? Is to put some mitigation in about what they call it, install miniature stoplights. And just to add, I don't think, well, I possibly won't be able to answer this. It'd be nice to have Network Rail here, but lots of young people use that because opposite the development, the estate that this development is on the edge of has got a lot of families, and across the road from that's got a lot of families, and they use that to get to the football pitches, which are very active football club with a lot of young people playing there. So just in terms of, obviously currently they cross that without any gates, well, just with a rackety or gate, but in terms of safety, this obviously would be an improvement.
So the answer to that question, Chairman, is I think in reality it is likely that the miniature stoplight option D is most likely to be the one delivered. But in fairness to Network Rail, they have set other objectives there. I think it would be churlish of officers to say they're off the table, although in reality I think the lights will become the way of managing this. And the earlier we can deliver this, the greater improvement that there is for existing users of the footway. The dealing with Network Rail, the feasibility study, and all of these things are things to be worked through, and I'm fully sure that Councillor Mansell will want a fairly long conversation with me after this, and I look forward to it.
Okay, anyone else have any questions at this point? No? Okay, thank you. So we're moving on. We don't have anyone from the Parish Council, we don't have an objector supporter, but we do have the agent. So Sav Patel, over to you.
Good afternoon, members. I speak on behalf of my client, Bellway Homes Eastern Counties. We support the case officer's recommendations. Since November's 2021 committee, we have worked closely with the case officer and Network Rail to try and agree the removal of their holding objection. The holding objection is based upon the assumed increased safety risk of the level crossing that would allegedly be caused by our housing development. However, it's important to understand that the existing crossing is currently open to all users, including those in Birch Avenue and Persimmon Avenue, with only a stile to navigate. There is also no safety fence or gate to discourage the perceived misuse of the level crossing by Network Rail. As already mentioned, Network Rail have tried to close the level crossing through the TWAO process in November 2020, and the Secretary of State refused that closure due to no suitable alternative being available. Nevertheless, as mentioned, we have continued to engage with Network Rail on trying to find a suitable mitigation strategy that is both reasonable and proportionate to the scale of development. However, our proposal to install a safety gate and fence within our site would enhance the safety of the existing crossing, but was not considered a sufficient measure by Network Rail. However, it is supported in principle by the case officer, the public rights of way manager, and having spoken to councillors Mellon and Stringer, who we've also been engaging with since November. It became apparent during discussions with Network Rail they were looking to use our application to facilitate the closure of the level crossing that they had failed to achieve in 2020. In addition, none of the 4 recommendations that were made by Network Rail were considered acceptable, as none of them would meet the Stills test of having to be necessary to make the development acceptable, related to the development, and fair and reasonable to the scale of development. Network Rail's holding objection is based upon an assumed safety risk of the level crossing caused by a development. However, when asked about the assumptions that Network Rail have used to justify their position, they have confirmed that in their view, this development itself would result in 170 two-way movements across that railway line every day. That's effectively the number of houses times 2. Having spoken to local councillors Mellon and Stringer about this and their experience of the level crossing, they consider that level of movement to be a significant overestimation and completely unrealistic. It's become clear that Network Rail also have not factored in the alternative routes and play provisions that are being provided as part of our housing scheme, and the fact that all essential services are located on the western side of Bacton. It was also confirmed at our last meeting last Thursday with Network Rail that a bridge in the location of the level crossing would not be suitable. Therefore, we believe the most suitable and reasonable form of mitigation to overcome Network Rail's safety concerns is to have a safety gate and fence along the boundaries of our site with the level crossing. As I say, we have engaged extensively with key stakeholders and Network Rail to try and overcome their objections, even in light of the extant outline permission for which a mitigation strategy would not be required. We therefore hope committee agrees to the recommendations made and approves the application so that Bellway can install a safe mitigation measure and deliver much needed housing.
Thank you. You've gone over by about 10 seconds, so I think we're there. Thank you very much. Okay, so thank you for that. We've got a few questions. Yep, we'll start off with Councillor Eburn and Councillor Mansell.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick one, which I think actually is probably more for the planning officer. So if we agree a recommendation of a scheme, then presumably that is between then the planning officer, the applicant and Network Rail to agree, whether that includes lights, fences, gates or whatever. So it is a scheme that is the point, because clearly...
Yes, Chairman. You have options on the table that Network Rail have put forward. There may yet be other options not yet described. We would expect a scheme to be demonstrated by somebody qualified to demonstrate such matters, that this will not increase risk for future occupants. So that effectively, at worst, the risk profile does not worsen.
Councillor Mansell.
Thank you, Chair. Did I hear you say that Bellway Homes would be constructing a fence and a gate on the western side of the railway line crossing, regardless of whatever mitigation Network Rail decide to put on their bit of land?
The safety gate and fence is a mitigation measure that Bellway have proposed to put together to overcome Network Rail's objection, and they feel that that is the most proportionate and reasonable form of mitigation. We have, although Network Rail have in their 4th recommendation considered the possibility of a signalised gating facility, The cost of that is £1.4 million, which would be a significant, which would be completely unreasonable for Bellway to provide. Hence why we think a gate and a fence would be more of a proportionate response to installing some form of mitigation.
And what about the bit on the other side, which isn't your land? You're saying that you're only going to put a gate on the western side, so people coming from the east, there will be no mitigation whatsoever. So when they come back from the football club, the mitigation's gone.
Essentially, the safety of the railway line is the responsibility of Network Rail. We can only do what we can do within our red line boundary, and so if Network Rail feel that it is necessary to install some form of mitigation on that side of the fence, then that is for them.
Back on that, maybe this is a question for the planning officers, but I thought this was part of the Section 106 agreement. So if Network Rail do decide that there is to be a light crossing, whatever it's called, signal controlled thing with lights on it, does that not mean that's got to come out of Section 106 funds? And therefore Bellway will be having to give Network Rail some money to do it?
Chairman, if this is a condition or an obligation, it's got to be paid for by somebody. It's got to be to a standard which ensures that people's safety is reasonably mitigated. We as planners are not rail engineers. We need advice from somebody competent to advise on that. The resolution of the harm is to mitigate the risk in using the crossing, and so the cost of it is not actually material for the purposes of this conversation. So it could be a condition. I believe it's tighter and more secure and more effective as an obligation. But we would, as planners, as the planning authority, consult with Network Rail upon receipt of a scheme. And what I would expect is that Bellway take advice in order to prepare that scheme, so that that scheme can then be signed off and agreed. But if you leave it hostage to sign off by Network Rail, it will be to whatever Network Rail want. So it is not their call, it is the planning authorities. And I think as an obligation, it indicates its importance and is not does not get lightly set aside.
May I don't know, Philip, you might shoot me down in flames, but clearly, well, it seems to me Bellway don't own the land on the other side, but what if the club were receptive to the idea of a similar sort of arrangement being built on their land? I could imagine a situation where the scheme that Philip is considering includes a gate on the other side, very similar to the gate on the west side. It would just require the club to be willing participants in that process.
But if Network Rail don't agree to just having a gate, does that put the whole development in jeopardy? Because if they decide that that isn't sufficient mitigation and no one's got any money to pay the 1.5 million for the lights, and therefore what happens to the development if it can't be done?
So, drawing on other experience in the district, as one does, it is not easy dealing with Network Rail, and we know that from other sites. And I think from our perspective, at the moment, we believe, on balance, it is an on-balance test, that there is a potential for a scheme to be delivered which can be agreed with Network Rail. They object, but they set out options, and those options can be pursued. It might be that you look at one and then choose another. I mean, these things are all there, and Network Rail are not the sole arbiters of advice. We take advice from the Highway Authority, and without being rude to the Highway Authority, from time to time we also take advice from highway engineers who are independent of the Highway Authority, and we perfectly well accept that. So Network Rail are not the only persons capable of advising on this, and obviously they have an objective to achieve. There needs to be a scheme, and I think this is complicating a planning decision, which is not a network safety decision. What you need as a committee is to be comfortable that future occupiers, and it's not users of the footpath, it's future occupiers who might use this crossing, are not exposed to increased unacceptable risk. And that, to my mind, is the planning test here.
Sorry, may I ask through you, Chair Philip, in response to Councillor Mansell's question, what would happen having considered the range of options in a scheme, you felt that there wasn't a scheme that you could approve, what happens then?
Chairman, if there's a range, so that interesting to be asked a question by the officer. Thank you. If there is not a scheme that can be approved, then clearly one would have to look at the reasonableness of the requirement, but that's what unlocks your granting of planning permission, and it is an obstacle to the delivery of the site. A Section 106 runs for 5 years and can't be challenged in that time. Planning permission lasts for 3 years. Clearly you have time on your side for the parties to get together and to sort out what mitigation is appropriate here. So from my point of view, if there is not a deliverable scheme, then the planning permission will not be deliverable. The homes will not be built, because you should not be taking a decision which increases risk. I mean, this is safe and suitable access for all people. It's that territory that we're in. But I think the point is we do not have a conclusion around what is the right mitigation and at what point that engages. I'm not sure if that goes anywhere close to answering either your question or Councillor Mansell's.
Councillor Mayor, you want to come in?
Thanks. The crossing, we've got to mitigate the risk. But the agent used the words fair and reasonable to the scale of the development. Are you, putting you on the spot, but are you happy that £1.2 million is fair and reasonable? Well, I missed the point.
So I haven't been talking in terms of money, I've been talking in terms of a scheme of mitigation. I've seen various people quote various things about price, and there's talk of a feasibility study, and we've had Network Rail and funding feasibility studies in relation to Thurston Station, and we've done this elsewhere. I think what this does is it unlocks the opportunity for the parties to get together and to sort out the true cost and the true consequence of what mitigation is involved. What is the light design? What is required in terms of consents and arrangement to work on the network to get lines, wiring or whatever, either side of it. 1.2 million, I don't, from my perspective, there is sufficient here on balance to consider it a reasonable solution. And if it is not deliverable as a reasonable solution to mitigate the harm arising from this development, then it will not be possible to discharge the obligation. And the burden is on the applicant to demonstrate that they can satisfy that. The test, as a planning authority, we should not be putting people at greater risk, at greater harm. And my expectation, much with a scheme to agree a driveway, we should not expect a consequence which increases materially risk. Inevitably, some risk can happen at some times. Any access you could get knocked over on. So the way the planning system is geared is around, in terms of vehicle access, substantive harm. And from my perspective, the cost of it will depend on what detail is sorted out. There are choices here which have different costings. And they are for the developer to explore and for the developer to put the evidence to us that there is a satisfactory scheme that can be delivered. This is somebody else's regulation. It's a public right of way. What we don't want is people from the houses being knocked down on the railway line. That's our objective. And the planning purpose of the obligation is to secure that objective. And at the moment, I don't believe that's unviable, and I believe that's a reasonable objective to pursue through a planning obligation.
Thank you. Okay, don't forget we are on questions to the applicant still, but it can be other questions as well. Councillor Field and Councillor Matheson.
I'll really return to my earlier question. Having had some experience standing in for the county councillor involved in the Gypsy Lane crossing area, where, as you're well aware, someone was killed on the crossing, and knowing the mayhem that generated, I just wanted to be sure that the route that Phil is suggesting sounds very sensible, and the costs that British Rail are quoting seem high, but we have to understand that British Rail is controlled by, I think it says here, Her Majesty's Inspectorate of Railways. It's not purely their view as what is safe and what is not. There is an independent inspectorate, which is an element of the government involved in those decisions. I wanted to be sure that what Bellway are offering is in accordance with things that are currently acceptable on the railway. And speaking from past experience, again, it didn't look anything like the system that was proposed in the other location that I've seen. So it's just trying to establish that before we move forward with a sensible approach.
Yeah, sorry, yes. So just going back on a couple of those points, that fourth recommendation for the signalised lighting proposal, Network Rail has said that they have costed that, and that will come out to be £1.4 million. Hence why we think it is disproportionate for Bellway to bring that forward as a form of mitigation. Now, Bellway are willing to bring some form of mitigation forward in the form of a gate, and a safety gate and a fence, which currently obviously isn't there at the moment. And so what I would want to avoid is tying down the mitigation strategy to a particular type of mitigation strategy, because clearly Network Rail have set out what they would want to see as part of that mitigation strategy and the costs of that mitigation strategy in terms of what that would be. In terms of what would happen if, obviously, this scheme didn't go forward, there is an outline consent already extant on this site, which obviously the principle of development's been established for that. And Bellway, if we couldn't get agreement, or the condition is such, or the obligation is such that it is unreasonable that they can't facilitate the approval process with Network Rail and the council. And I'm glad to hear that from Phil that decision-making process lies with the council, not with Network Rail. Bellway would be forced, or would have to consider submitting a reserved matters application for that outline consent, for which the public, the parish council, local councillors don't think is suitable, because the scheme that we've put together, working closely with them, is a much better scheme for them as a community. So I just wanted to just make sure that any recommendation of an obligation or a condition, whatever the process is, that it doesn't tie down Bellway to a certain requirement that Network Rail need to require as part of their servicing for or the safety of the crossing.
Thank you. Councillor Matheson.
Thank you. Yeah, what seems like a long time ago now, I was going to ask Mr Patel and Bellway, your proposal for a gate, etc., that you put to them, to Network Rail, did that include linkage to their signalling system, such that it would flash and so forth when the train was coming?
The mitigation strategy we put forward was a sort of an in principle, hasn't been detailed up, because that was part of the negotiation with Network Rail that we were having and hoping to try and find some common ground on. And we're hoping that part of this, if it is a condition or an obligation for the mitigation strategy, we can agree those, try and agree those details through that process. If that answers your question.
Okay.
Not really, Chair. The standard issue that we're talking about here of a klaxon and lights and crossings and so on is connected to the signalling system. It therefore tells you that a train is coming. So surely you've either said to Network Rail, we would like to link our gate to your system, or they've said you can't, or something. If you've had lots of discussions with them, you must have explored that point, I would think.
So I think that was part of that £1.4 million recommendation for the signalised crossing point that they were proposing. Does it all form part of that process, which obviously Bellway aren't going to be delivering, because that is too disproportionate.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. Okay, so we'll move on. Okay, so we move on to the ward member. So the ward member can't be here today, so I'm going to read this out. So this is from Councillor Andy Mellon. I'm unable to attend today, but I hope that the following notes will help the committee with its decision. Committee members will be aware that this application came before you already last year. Although, on behalf of the community, I opposed the original outline application, once the principle of development was agreed, the Parish Council, Councillor String and myself have worked with Bellway to amend and approve the development, and this was reflected in the Reserved Matters application, which I supported last time and continue to support today. The only outstanding issue is the pedestrian railway crossing, which takes the footpath from this site over the line to Bacton Football Club. Network Rail have long held a desire to close this crossing. However, in recent rounds of closures, whilst other crossings nearby were closed, this one was kept open due to there being no viable alternative routes for pedestrians. It is not a heavily used crossing, but it is an important one for a few people who use it, and I support the county rights of way officers in wanting to keep it open. Whilst the development on this site could mean a slight increase in foot traffic, most of the services in the village are in the opposite direction. The school, the shop, the pub and the doctor's surgery are all to the west, and that is the direction most pedestrians will go. Network Rail has speculated that the number of people using the crossing will go up by 170 a day, but I can see no evidence for this figure, and I believe the number of users will be much lower. Of the possible mitigation suggested, closure of the crossing is unacceptable. Neither a bridge nor a tunnel are suitable, and the gate and lights proposed at an estimated cost of 1.4 million seems unreasonable. Bellway have shown me their own scheme of mitigation on this side of the track, which I believe reasonably addresses the safety concerns. And I think that if this is conditioned, option 2 in the recommendation, that members can confidently approve these reserved matters. That's from Councillor Andy Mellon. Okay, so can I just ask, because obviously Councillor Mellon's taken us back to a point, so can we just have, Phil, could you just take us absolutely through the recommendations again, just so we're absolutely clear what we're looking at before we get into debate?
Certainly, Chairman. 2 seconds. Please bear with me. So, the recommendation you now have, if I can just find it, Chairman. Oh, yes. Sorry. Which screen, Chairman? Yes. So effectively, the recommendation that you'll see within your system will basically say that authority be delegated to the Chief Planning Officer that, subject to the prior agreement of a Section 106 planning obligation on appropriate terms, to the satisfaction of the Chief Planning Officer as summarised below, and with other obligations as may be deemed necessary by him, to secure, you've got affordable housing, on-site open space, as detailed, community centre and education, an appropriate railway crossing mitigation scheme and timetable for its delivery. 2 things. 1, we are not looking to prescribe or exclude options for what a scheme might eventually prove to be. At the moment, Network Rail have set down options they prefer. You've heard from the gentleman from Bellway. From our perspective, there is reasonable opportunity to consider a scheme, and to prescribe it in these words would constrain the ability to negotiate what that might prove to be in an acceptable format. And the timetable for its delivery then bears upon occupation, because the risk is something that will arise as occupations take place. There will inevitably be some minor risk associated with people who are building the buildings, but the real harm stroke risk issue for you as a committee arises as a proportion of the number of users grow and use that crossing. And you've heard that the assumptions by Network Rail have been challenged. From my perspective, this is the territory of professional advice and resolving that with Network Rail. And in terms of cost, you can see that the options that Network Rail have set out include various cost choices. They say lighting would cost 1.4 million. The last time I dealt with the Gypsy Lane situation in Needham Market, I think a bridge cost about 1.1 million. So I'm not quite sure what the difference is between that and lights. But I'm not Network Rail. They will need a feasibility study. There will be these things to do. But that's the authority, Chairman, and the conditions follow along, and it is simply that last bullet that is, in essence, the distillation of what was previously in your papers into something which we expect the applicant to go away and do homework about. Councillor Mansell will know what's happened in relation to Hawkend Lane in Elmswell and the challenges of that. I'm not underestimating the challenge of dealing with Network Rail, but we do have a planning permission here that we granted the 55/14/18 application, and I'm just checking as to the situation in relation to our consultation with Network Rail there, because I can imagine that Network Rail would have been consulted at that time and should have commented. And I will just tell you, well, at the moment I'm waiting for my officers to report, so if I can come back to you on that one, Chairman.
Okay, well I think that's clear what we're being asked to decide today. So, Councillor Mayor, you want to kick off the debate?
Well, it's really a question, but happy to start the debate. Is there any way we can just strengthen that sentence to include protection in both directions? Councillor Mansell made the point that what Bellway are putting on the table is a gate on one side.
Chairman, yes, you can do, because it's a scheme under an obligation, so it's not affected by the red line. I think the point is that you would not wish to make the scheme hostage to some other landowner, because the scheme might not be deliverable within Network Rail's land. So if you included that, if you include a requirement that it should rather than shall, then you ensure that there is a reasonable opportunity to make that so, rather than binding the hand, so that which should include provision for foot traffic both ways. I think that's the wording, and I'll work on that whilst debate continues. You express a desire, but you do leave a degree of discretion if the parties don't reach common sense. Thank you.
Councillor Passmore, you're next.
Yeah, thank you very much, Matthew. Now, I've listened to everybody's comments, and particularly what the ward member has had to say, and I do wonder whether we get a little bit in danger, and I'm not being blasé here, of getting this a bit out of proportion. I don't believe, I know exactly where this place is, I travel past there quite often, that the level of foot traffic is not going to be as big as Network Rail consider. Now, I can't prove that, but I do think we should listen to what the ward member has to say, and I am worried that we're getting so concerned about this. There is no such thing as 100% security and safety and aversion to risk. Equally, has there been I was going to use the word track record, but that's not a very good set of words to use. Has there been examples of serious issues and accidents on this? It's a very straight piece of rail, and I know trains can get a fair old whack going along there, but if there was possible, for example, to have fencing, and I do agree with what Philip just said, if you could include, there should be provision for mitigation in both ways. There is a commitment from Network Rail, and I know they are remarkably tedious to deal with and they take forever and a day, and they need to understand they're in public service, not self-service, and they need to get on with some of these schemes. So I actually think with the comments that we've had there and the extra condition there, listening to the ward member, the fact there is not a history of real difficulty there, you could put mitigation on both sides. There are all sorts of ways of doing that. I'm not an expert, but it seems to me barriers, even if it was a light warning system, kissing gates, so you can't just go straight across or whatever. It should be not beyond the realms of possibility to come to a sensible agreement between the applicant and Network Rail to actually get this resolved without further delaying what's already been agreed, because I don't think that does us a great deal of credit. But it is very, very frustrating that Network Rail are remarkably awkward to deal with, and this happens all over the place. But I don't know, there's a great deal more we can do when it comes to the planning process, apart from putting pressure on in other areas and from other people in order to make it work. So I think on balance, I do think we can approve it with those modifications. I think Councillor Mayor just said in comments to the Chief Planning Officer that we can go ahead, as I say, with that condition about mitigation for both directions. As regards timescales, well, we could say it should, using the word should rather than shall, Network Rail need to come up, say, within 3 months of construction, but I don't know how you enforce that. It would make the point that we expect that to get both sides to negotiate and just get on with it. But I don't know, we can go round and round in circles on this, but I'm not being blasé about the risk, that's not what I'm saying.
Thank you. Councillor Mance.
Thank you, Chair. I personally have no problem whatsoever with what Bellway are proposing. I think it's fine. I just wish that more reasonable approaches had not been considered elsewhere in the district, where we have a slower railway line, straight sections, and we have footpath closures and temporary closures and temporary closures and temporary closures. And it's all down to Network Rail not meeting their obligation. So whilst I'm quite happy with what Bellway have proposed, I don't see a problem with it. I think having a gate on one side, and yeah, even better if we have a gate on the other side that can be secured as part of the agreement. But my concern is that Network Rail will not agree to it. And therefore, it's almost like we're playing hostage with this developer, because if Network Rail's least favoured option was the lights, and that is like the minimum that they want to do, then if there aren't any lights, are they going to say, no, we're not considering it? So whilst, yes, I'm quite happy to support this planning application, I am very concerned about negotiations with Network Rail going in a timely manner and being reasonable. You're right, it's unreasonable to expect the developer for this size development to cough up vast amounts of money for a footpath that is not going to be used that much. So I'm happy with the planning aspects, I'm just not happy with Network Rail, but this is not a forum for slagging off Network Rail.
Can I just remind everyone what we're actually... Can I just remind everyone what the recommendation actually says? Can you just put it up there one more time? We're being asked that an appropriate railway mitigation scheme is delivered. We're not today picking... Yeah, Philip.
So just picking up Councillor Mayer's points and working with that, so I'd suggest an appropriate railway crossing mitigation scheme which should seek to safeguard users in either direction using the crossing and its timetable for delivery relative to the occupation of the development.
Yeah.
Now, can we? What you've just read out, Phil, was getting the mitigation scheme in a timely manner. That's agreeing what's going to be done, or are you saying it has to be implemented in a reasonable timescale, dependent on the occupation?
So, just to take it slowly. So, appropriate railway crossing mitigation scheme which should seek to safeguard users in either direction using the crossing and timetable for its delivery relative to the occupation of the development. Now, the point I suppose you're saying after that is actually delivery in accordance with the scheme. So that's something I'd probably add in, but I kind of was working that through in my head as we go. So yeah, I mean, the scheme to be delivered in accordance with whatever's agreed.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, I'm jumping in, it's not my turn. I'll let others, we've got a lot of people that want to speak, and I'm mindful. I've got Councillor Eburn next, then Councillor Field, then Councillor Caston.
Thank you, Chair. I think for starters, it's a shame we omitted to consult Network Rail back in the outline application, which we should have done, but there we are. I assume someone's apologising for that somewhere along the way. But I think the key really is that Network Rail's letter in our papers says they wish to seek acceptable mitigation, full stop. So we want to improve safety. I think for sure we don't want that crossing closed. The route round to the football club, instead of that footpath, is mainly not on paths, not on footways. It's under a low bridge with no path, which is probably as dangerous, if not more so, than crossing the railway line. So I think we need to be very conscious of that. And personally, I'll support this, provided it is, a scheme. And obviously, Network Rail put forward their, starter for 10, and you negotiate from there. And that's where, Bellway put forward what they wish to do, and hopefully we'll get a sensible outcome. But, as I said, Network Rail say they want to seek acceptable mitigation. We want to improve the safety, and let's just get on with it. Thank you.
Okay, I don't have a proposal yet, but I'm still going.
I'll propose it.
No, I'll second. You proposed and you'll second it. And Chair, I'll second that.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Field, you were next.
Right, I was going to propose that. To my mind, the paragraph, the sentence we have is acceptable. I don't see the issue with that. The point I was trying to make earlier is that we have to understand this is not just Network Rail. There is a regulator, it actually says the Office of Rail Regulation, who determine the safety of the railway system. After a few major accidents in about 1840, they've been in charge. It is their decision whether you are allowed to cross the railway at this point. And if we put in a single-sided gate, they'll simply close the crossing, end of problem. And we don't actually have any say in that matter. It's a legal issue within government. So my view is, we've all exercised our various opinions, and it's time to get on with a sentence is quite acceptable. We just should not underestimate the difficulty of getting that scheme approved. The difficulty in a railway system is that trains cannot stop within the vision of the driver, unlike when you're doing something on a road where theoretically a car can stop before it hits anybody at an obstruction. In the case of the railway, you rely on a signalling system, therefore any gates and things have to be linked to that signalling system. If they are not, then the regulator will not accept the position. So it's all fairly clear. We don't have any great say in that. All we can do now is move on and provide the sentence which allows Phil to pursue the negotiations. So
thank you.
I think it's time we all stopped exercising our egos and got on with it.
Okay, Councillor Caston.
I was going to try and get a proposal in, but that's already been done. I looked into how much traffic this sees, this crossing. It's actually considered very high risk, but I think that's mainly due to sun glare. But it's less than 10 people a day using it at the moment. A klaxon would go off 91 times a day with the trains coming through, which Cedar Close and that. I don't think that's necessary. I think a sensible scheme on this would see a gate that would stop youngsters from running straight through in front of their parents, stop dogs that are being walked getting on there, and that would make it a lot safer. I think best endeavours would be enough for me for the neighbours to get that gate there, because yes, it could be turned into some form of ransom. If you want this development, you've got to do it. But I think that's quite a sceptical way of looking at things. I think they'll want to do what's best for the people there, so the people using it. Yeah, I think if you have serious issues crossing the railway, you won't cross there. You'll go round. So I think for me, this way of doing things is the right way, and I'd fully support it.
Thank you. Okay, last speaker, Councillor Matheson, then we'll go to the vote.
Yeah, this is very, very difficult, and yes, Network Rail are very difficult to deal with. I must say, when I looked at their figures there, I thought they must have got the decimal point in the wrong place, frankly. I mean, 140,000 would sound like a very reasonable price to actually put the gates and lights and so forth in. Their approach to costing is bizarre. I've seen 20,000 quid quoted by them for cutting down one tree on our land. If Councillor Field's right, and they can halt the whole development, well, that's probably unfortunate indeed after all the work that's been put into getting it right. On the other hand, there's no doubt that a flashing light linked to the signalling system is incredibly more effective than just a gate. But we just wish it was being offered at a price that was realistic compared to the scheme, and it's very difficult.
Okay, so we'll go to a vote now. Philip, do you just want to remind us what we're voting on, and then we'll ask to take the formal vote, please.
Thank you, Chairman. So you've seen the amendment to the recommendation that Mr. Vincent had on the screen. I'm proposing to amend the final bullet so that it reads: appropriate railway crossing mitigation scheme which should seek to safeguard users in either direction using the crossing, and timetable for its delivery relative to occupation of the development, scheme to be delivered as agreed. Thank you, Chairman. And you have the conditions and the other obligations in the package, which I think Claire should have for your modern.gov process.
Thank you, Chair. Members, that vote is now in progress in your app. Councillor Field. Thank you. Thank you, members. That's 7 votes for and 1 abstention. Chair, that's carried.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thank you. So we're going to move on to the last application. If we could just ask people to change seats very quickly. Yeah.
Is there any way the heating can be put down? It's really giving me a headache.
We can only do that by contacting reception, so we'll send them an email and let them know, but we can't control it ourselves. It's centrally controlled, but we'll see if we can sort something. It's the right hand.
Okay, so we're going to move on to the last application before us today. This is application DC 20-05587, Great Bricett Business Park, and I now hand over to the case officer, Vincent Pearce. Vincent, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Those of you that have got the report in coloured version, the text that accompanies this, the latest revised report, is in blue. And in my report, the recommendation is on page 45, but it might be on the electronic version, slightly different, but it's the one that's headed Section 3, Officer Recommendation, 9th of February 2022. This has been before various committees on various occasions. This committee last saw the application in May 2021, where you deferred it for some additional information. Your sister committee, Committee B, last saw this in October, where they were minded to refuse the application. Since then, there have been a number of amendments to the scheme. So my report is presented as an update in terms of what the scheme now consists of, and as required by your sister Committee B, I've included a risk assessment of what are the risks to the Council in the event that planning permission is refused, as I was required to provide. So, that's just proof that the resolutions are as I suggested. When you last looked at it, you asked for 5 areas of information. All that information was provided and did achieve, in my view, what you'd asked for, but you didn't get to see it a second time because it went to Committee B because of timetabling. It was ready to go, and B was the next available committee. Again, I'm just using this presentation to highlight some of the salient points, but the report is something that you must bear heavily in mind. Since my report was written, we have received additional comment from Suffolk County Council, their development contributions team, that they do require £72,300 as a contribution towards educational travel costs. There is an issue, and I will come on to that, between the applicant and the county, insofar as they expect their units to be occupied by older members of the community, and they seriously question whether or not their scheme will generate as much school traffic as the county council are suggesting. So the county council have looked at this as a scheme comprising 69 units of 2 and 3 bedrooms. I'm sure the applicant's agent might want to address that, but we'll come on to that in a moment. Just to familiarise ourselves, Great Bricett to the west of the A14, close to Wattisham. In fact, it's immediately adjoining Wattisham Airfield. The flashing white symbol is an existing park home, Wixfield Park. It has nothing to do with the current applicants. So the proposal that we're looking at is adjacent to an existing park home site off Pound Hill. At the moment, the site has a multitude of Nissen hut style buildings that are the basis of what is called Great Bricett Business Park. It had been largely empty, but we understand the owner may indeed be letting some of those units out. I haven't been there recently, so I'm not sure of the latest position. So it is previously developed land, what we might have called brownfield land in a previous iteration of the NPPF. Large part of the site, as I show there in green, is open, unbuilt upon. Few constraints other than there is a designated public footpath that runs around the east and southern edge of the site. There it is in context. There you can see some of those Nissen hut style buildings. This is the adjacent park home. That's an example of some of their units. The proposal consists of 69 mobile homes. When you last looked at it, there was some confusion as to whether it might be 73 or 69. It is definitely 69. And what has happened in the interim, we have additional planting along this boundary and along the frontage to help soften the impact of what are single-storey units. And there is an area of open space included in here. The previous scheme, the outline planning permission for 51 dwellings, is extant, and we received reserved matters at the end of December 2021 before it expired in January. So there is a live reserved matters application, and the importance of that is that with the outline planning permission for 51 units, there is a Section 106 agreement that would deliver 35% affordable housing within a traditional housing scheme that has outline planning permission. We haven't determined the reserved matters yet. That's something that we're currently looking at. If I put one across the other, here's the latest park home layout. We just superimpose over the top the outline illustrative drawing for 51. And you can see that perhaps the arrangement of dwellings is looser, but those properties do fill most of the site and go up to the site boundaries. They also use the existing business park access road, as would the park home site. This is the access to Wixfield Park, the adjacent caravan park. This scheme and the 51 housing scheme includes new footpath connection from the Great Bricett Business Park to this existing section of footway that takes you up towards Ottersham Airfield. Just to illustrate that, the dashed yellow line is the existing path. You can see Wicksfield Caravan Park at the top. This is the application site sitting in here. The applicants are proposing a new bus stop and a reasonable length of footway to connect the existing path to this site. The bus stop and the path are also included in the 51 house proposal. You asked us before, when you looked at this in May, to assure you that there was reasonable public transport to and from the site. In our view, there is, compared to a lot of rural communities. Great Bricett is reasonably served. That's an indication of the mix of units. They're 2 and 3 bed of different sizes. Why I can't give you a plan showing layout is these are, depending on what the purchaser requires, they can be adapted and are relatively bespoke in terms of how the internals are laid out. But as you can see, that does produce 69 units. You had concerns about how would parking work, and each of those plots is capable of accommodating 2 vehicles, and there is scope for visitor parking within the site. So we are satisfied that the park home scheme would not result in congestion on the adjacent roads. There's adequate room for parking. In terms of landscaping, this is something that we did go back and we have secured amendments. So, for example, on the eastern corner, in here, we've got extended planting that will buffer this development from countryside views. Remember, there's a public footpath that runs around the perimeter. On the frontage, rather than having exposed frontage to the site, that will now be enclosed with a landscaping belt. And again, on the southern boundary, there's the beginnings of an avenue and additional planting on the edge. This is examples of the type of unit that would be provided on this site. In and of themselves, we have no issues about the design of those. So, since the 29th of October, the applicant has increased their offer as a contribution towards affordable housing off-site from 168,000 to 200,000. And you may remember that this scheme was not delivering affordable housing in the sense that you and I understand affordable housing in terms of affordable rented or affordable shared ownership. I'll come on to the applicant's position on how they see their development, but they're not providing affordable rented or shared ownership. They did offer to make a contribution towards that off-site that the council could use to deliver affordable homes of the type it requires. They have extended the offer. When we looked at this last time, you didn't see it in May, but by October, the applicants had agreed to provide an on-site shop. It's something that came out of discussion previously. I think some members felt, wouldn't it be nice for the village to have access to a local small convenience store? The applicants have offered to provide that. They have now increased that offer to 5 years to run it within the site, available to everyone in the village. At the end of that period, they would offer it to the community on a rent-free basis, and the community could almost run it as a social enterprise. We do have electric vehicle charging commitments, effectively 100% across the 69 units, and each will now, previously it was going to be served by gas. Each of the park homes would have air source heat pumps. The applicant is satisfied that they can get enough electricity on the site to run all of that. There would be options as well for PV panels at individuals' request as an extra, so they could either have them on the roof or freestanding. as I say, we have now received the reserve matters for the 51 dwellings. So if we look at a comparison, only because I'll come on to why, but in terms of the amended scheme, we've got certain elements are similar. So both schemes, the outline planning permission for 51 and this scheme, both provide new footway connections, both provide the new bus shelter, both include additional landscaping. What the Park Home scheme includes, as we say, we know that they are willing to provide air source heat pumps, 100%. They are willing to provide fully EV charging, and they will provide the shop for 5 years. At the moment, the 51 dwellings, we're not able to report on how much of that would be delivered. They are certainly not including a new shop. If I quickly move on to the risks associated with a refusal, which was your sister committee B as intention, as we say, they were minded to refuse. And the basis of their objection was that they felt that the then 168,000 was a poor substitute for 17.8 affordable homes that would be delivered through the outline planning permission. And they felt that the failure to deliver on-site affordable homes was a significant and serious deviation from your adopted policy H4 in terms of the requirement for affordable homes. The Park Home scheme is also opposed by your strategic housing team, who believe it doesn't provide the sort of housing that is needed within the district in terms of affordable housing. If we work out the difference in terms of what would 200,000 potentially buy in terms of the council, then using that to deliver off-site affordable housing, there will be a differential of 15 units compared to what we might secure on-site through the 51 house scheme. The issue for members is, if you believe that the position on affordable housing is decisive or a determinative factor, you would be recommending refusal in line with your sister committee back in October. So let's briefly look at some of the maths. A Park Home unit, 2-bed, might sell at circa 150,000. You don't rent them, you don't lease them, you buy that unit. A 3-bed might cost 170,000. And what the applicant argues is that they are offering affordable equivalents to brick-built 2- and 3-bed units in the area. And I think it's probably true to say that the prices here are less than you might expect to pay for a brick-built alternative. And in the minds of the applicants, that makes them affordable. Now, in response, the council is going to say, at the moment we have in excess of 600 applicants on the housing register. 3 of those have a local connection to Great Bricett. Those people are not in a position to buy accommodation. We are looking for affordable rented accommodation or shared ownership so that somebody can staircase at a very low level of equity and move up the ladder. So in our terms, and in the terms that our colleagues in strategic housing accept, these are not affordable. What we might say is these are low cost units, but what the applicant is not offering to do is to offer 35% of these units at a market value below the rest of the development. So these are, you can't buy 35% on the site, that's 20% cheaper than the remainder. They're all the same price for the same size bedroom unit. So we think even on that score, they can't reasonably argue that somehow this is a discount proposal. You and I know that the council is looking to deliver 127 affordable houses, as we understand them, per year for the foreseeable future. The loss of, effectively, 15 dwellings is significant. That means that there are potentially 15 households on the register who will not be able to get the sort of accommodation that we require. And again, with the 51 house scheme, we've secured the mix so there will be 70% rented, 30% shared equity of those 17 units. So the question that might come to mind is, how come we as officers have changed our minds? Because twice before we've provided reports where we're supporting the proposal. This time we are now recommending refusal. Well, the answer, because I wrote the report, is we're not just saying refuse because that's what your sister committee suggested should happen in October. In our minds, there has been some significant changes to circumstance since October. So the first one of those is that we know that the GLP process has gone down a different path. Site allocations are not as clear as they might have been. We have had, despite protestations to the contrary, we have received a reserved matters application. So we now think that there is a viable opportunity of securing those 17.8 affordable homes. And we do know, recently published, that we have a 9.5-year housing land supply. We know that the previous outline planning permission was granted at a time when we did not have a 5-year housing land supply. What are the prospects of delivery of the 51 house scheme? You'll notice from the report that we quote in detail the landowner suggesting that he will not be selling the site for a traditional residential scheme. So in terms of the screen, what I'm suggesting is the landowner has told us he will not sell the land for the 51 house scheme, but we do have reserved matters in for a 51 house proposal. The basis for the landowner suggesting he will not sell is the park home scheme. The offer made on the land is higher than an offer suggested for the residential scheme. So I suppose you might say, why would he sell the land for a 51 house scheme if he can get a higher value from the park home scheme? The bottom line, according to the landowner and the information that's been submitted to us in terms of viability, is that were the mobile home scheme to fail, either you refuse it or it's lost at appeal, he would then relaunch the business park because that would provide a greater return than selling the land for the 51 house development. I'm no expert, I don't know what will happen. The landowner could have a change of heart and all sorts of things could happen in the future, but at the moment the landowner is stating he will not sell the land for the 51 house scheme. That does raise a question, what happens if the 51 house scheme does not proceed and we no longer have a land allocation, a site allocation for residential development, and the residential development lapses? That's just in the background. You're here just to look at the merits of the park home scheme. But it is relevant in a number of ways. I've just talked through the possibilities. What I'm not suggesting is that members, you look at, is the park home scheme preferable or not to the 51 house scheme? Because you have to judge this scheme on its merits. But it is a material consideration that the park home scheme does not deliver your policy requirement on affordable homes, but the outline permission does. And that, in our minds as officers, has reinforced the feeling of your sister committee that actually the failure to deliver 35% affordable homes on this site within the park home scheme is seriously contrary to policy and is a material consideration that suggests it should be refused on the grounds that it fails to meet your affordable housing policy. I'll just leave the slide on the screen as a reminder of the layout. That's the end of the presentation.
Okay, thank you very much for that very comprehensive coverage. We've got a few hands that go up. Councillor Field, then Councillor Matheson.
Yes, just a couple of questions. One on the normal process with affordable homes. Were this just any development, we would expect 35% of the 69 homes to be affordable, i.e. they are sold at a discount to a housing provider for rent. And that discount is 20%. Is that correct?
I might have confused things. What would happen is we would normally expect 35% of the total to be affordable.
Yeah.
A split of generally 70 to 30. 70% of that 35 rented, 30% of that 35 shared ownership. What I was alluding to in terms of the 20%, there's a different product called discount or low-cost housing, whereby a developer can offer to sell that property at 20%, 30% below the value of the rest of the properties. And what happens is that obviously helps certain buyers to get into the housing market. But my understanding is that when it comes to sell that property, you still have to then sell it at a 20 or 30% discount. But you are required to buy it, and that's the difference. We would expect rented because people on the housing register cannot afford to buy.
Yeah, I was just trying to see the financial impact on the provider of providing 35% affordable homes. Because, and you've put that in 3 different segments. I still don't know how much he sells the affordable homes to the housing provider for. I believe that too is a 20% discount, but I was asking you to confirm that. Before I let you go on, can I just point out, I'm looking at page 593, RA 5.13. It says the figure of 168,000 is derived from 20% of the construction cost of a park home times 17, brackets, i.e. 35% of the total number of units, i.e. £7,000, which is presumably 20% of the cost of a park home, times 24, which I think is different from 17, equals 168,000. Could you explain where the errors in that calculation or my understanding are?
That calculation is one that is not supported by our strategic housing colleagues. They have worked out that an equivalent payment...
I didn't ask that. I asked where the error in that is. Is it
okay, no,
park homes
if
times
I may,
17?
there isn't an error. I'm going to explain how that figure comes about. But in order to explain how we got to that figure, which is a compromise figure, I need to explain that our strategic housing team have indicated that the equivalent payment for 35% would be over 700,000. What this calculation is a compromise figure that seeks to take the construction cost of a mobile home and then apply a 20% discount on the basis that the applicant is saying that these are lower cost housing, they're not affordable, which would produce the 20% discount. That gives you the 7,000 figure multiplied by the 35%, ends up at 168. But that is a purely artificial calculation, and it isn't one that our strategic housing colleagues, their view is that a more accurate comparison would be 700,000. But the applicant has indicated they will not and cannot afford a 700,000 payment to get a much better equivalent of delivering affordable housing of a type that we require. I think that's the point you got to earlier. The delivery of affordable housing of a type that we require is expensive for a developer, and it's more than the 20%. At the moment, we're working on the basis of a build cost of £76,000 for a 2-bed unit.
And I think you pointed out that many councils do accept mobile homes as affordable units, but ours does not. Is that right?
I haven't pointed that out. I'm not trying to pick hairs, but the applicant has produced some evidence that others do. We don't. I mean, there is ground between us, and I'm sure the agent will want to refer to that.
Okay, Councillor Matheson.
Thank you. When right at the beginning on slide 3, I did note to ask that the existing use of the site. Half of it's got these Nissen huts on, which we'll assume are generally rented out. Is the whole site, that's to say the other half of it that's all got grass on it at the moment, has that also got employment existing use on it, which in fact that question then reoccurred right at the end effectively in your presentation when that was the preferred option of the applicant to expand and develop the lot. And I just wonder whether that's actually effectively already before us as, or permission effectively.
The site, I would argue, enjoys lawful use rights for business use. So if the owner wanted to reopen and relaunch the business using the existing buildings, that is perfectly within his rights and he wouldn't have to come back to you as the planning authority. If he wanted to demolish those and replace them, that would need planning permission. If he wanted to extend onto the green field, that would also need planning permission, but technically it's part of the same site and has lawful use rights for business use.
Okay. Councillor Mansell.
Thank you. I think I've got 2 questions, but I might have forgotten the other one now. Can you tell me if park homes would count in our housing delivery numbers? And if they don't, what effect that has if we grant this? Does that affect our housing numbers? And the other question was, does whatever decision we make today have any effect on future determination of the 51 houses, reserve matters, should that be continuing, based on whatever we decide today?
We do not include park homes in our housing calculations. We have adequate land, as we said, was it the 9.7 year supply, without the inclusion of any park homes. So were this site not to come forward, it wouldn't have any impact on your housing numbers. The second point is the reserved matters will be judged on their own merits. It has the benefit of outline planning permission. If it's of a quality that is to our liking, then you ought to reasonably assume it might get planning permission. However, if it had faults and issues, we might not approve the reserved matters. But the principle has been established.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, you want to come back?
Does the outline permission for 51, is that included in our 9 point whatever years land supply as part of the numbers? So okay, we've got plenty, but if we lose 51 here, will we have to find 51 for somewhere else?
It was included. Based on evidence provided by the owner, our colleagues in the policy team did not include it. But the differential of that 51 will not make a serious impact on your housing land supply. We would not be asking another community to find 51 as recompense.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to move on to the public speakers then. Okay, so first of all, we have from the Parish Council, Ringshaw Parish Council, we have David Payne.
Before you go ahead, Chairman, I understand there are 3 people speaking here. With respect, Chairman, I came along here expecting the gentleman on my right to speak on behalf of Ringshaw Parish Council, and I was informed that they were a statutory, what's it called?
So you're here to speak as an objector. You
now
get 3
he's now
minutes
speaking
as
an objector.
Yes.
So in the pecking order, he should go before me.
Yes, correct. The Parish Council goes first.
The Parish Council goes first, and an ordinary objector can come along after me.
Yes.
So
No,
I
the
can't
parish. I'm really sorry, but I call it in the order, and it's the same order for every meeting. So we go public speakers, Parish Council, objector, supporter, agent, councillor.
Right, okay.
Every meeting is the same. So the first person to speak is the parish council.
Right, so.
And you
okay.
have 3 minutes.
Thank you for clearing that up. My parish council, to be quite frank, it doesn't want either the 51 houses or the 69 mobile homes. That I've explained to them that that is a ridiculous situation to try and go forward on, because the outline planning consent for 51 homes has already been given, so you can't argue against that. And it's the lesser of two evils. We either support the 51 houses, or and side by side with that, we actually vote against and object most strongly to the mobile homes, because if you saw that map, we already have 70, probably 75 on Wixfield Park, and still growing up to 80. At a stroke, this committee, if it gives consent for those the adjoining land at Great Bricett Park, we will suddenly have 150 plus mobile homes, which will make our community somewhat lopsided and skewed. And so we definitely, if we want more housing, we want brick-built houses rather than temporary homes that are bolted together. And having said that, even the gentleman appearing on behalf of the Park Home developer, he concedes that the lifespan is 71 years. Well, how can that be a sustainable housing when it have to be carted away after 70 years and another one comes along? You've got to have dwellings there which last. There's some thatched cottages in our area that go back 500 years and they're still there. We want sustainable houses with footings called dwellings, not things bolted together. As regards the figures showing a high preponderance of men in our village, that's skewed by the fact that we've got Watersham Airfield. And Watersham is a misleading title for this airfield, because all of the homes are neither in Watersham, they're in Great Bricett and Ringshaw. So that skews, on the airfield, there are probably something in the region of about probably 1,000, probably 500 at least, soldiers there who live within the parameter of the guarded section and never come out and take part in the community life of it. In fact, I met some of them on Remembrance Day, and they often go off for 3 months. Some chaps goes to Canada for 6 months of the year. So these figures showing that we're worried that we'll have a sort of 1 foot in the grave development right in the centre of our village.
I will have to ask for the last sentence now, please.
Okay.
Your time's up.
Well, we were told that the thing that we were voting for, let me just get this, was to the best possible decision. And the best possible decision is to divide 5 acres among 50...
I will have to call it a day.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
51...
I'm sorry. The time is up, and we only can give you 3 minutes, I'm afraid. So thank you for that. Do we have any questions at all for the parish council? Yeah, Councillor Field.
Could you tell me how many homes there are in Great Bricett? You make the point about 140 being a substantial percentage. How many are there in total?
Answer that categorically, because incidentally I am an occupant of a shared equity house in Great Bricett, so I have an interest in that sense. I don't know the answer to that. I presume the figures are in here, but I'd have to come back on that. Sorry.
No problem. Okay.
All I know is.
No, it's okay. Sorry, we can just answer the question. Thank you. Any other questions at all for the parish council? No? Okay. Well, thank you very much for that. I now hand over to an objector, Mr. Christopher Payne. Again, 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair, and the planning officers for their reports. and the councillors for their due diligence in considering this application. I did attend the previous meeting as well. I am Chairman of Ringshaw Parish Council. Presumably I can say that, but I'm objecting on my own account. I also acknowledge the agent's work on behalf of the applicant as well. What I wanted to say was that the proposed extensive development is unsustainable in this location and out of scale with the surrounding area, which already has a large but proportionate mobile home site, the Wixwell Park site. Selective highlighting by the applicant's representatives in the reports about the integrity of the surrounding area, about various planning appeals in its submissions to Mid Suffolk District Council, about other far-off locations, has no commonality with the hamlet of Great Bricett. We heard from Councillor Caston last time that there's a high call-out for ambulances in these sites, so we're concerned also about the strain on existing medical services, doctors' services and so forth. The resubmission does little to maintain the integrity of the surrounding area and still does not represent an affordable, low-cost form of housing compatible with affordable housing as claimed. And it fails to address the issues of local homes for young people. And I want to I want my children to have the option of buying affordable homes in the future, which they can't do at the moment. In the officer's report on page 8, F14, it says Bricett is defined as a village countryside in the adopted core strategy. And it says that the significance, it is a location where the development plan expressly directs that development should generally not take place. And it says in the next paragraph, the significance being that the growth is not encouraged. I think improving this planning application would deliver a dramatic increase in the number of mobile homes in Great Bricett. It would represent a significant and overwhelming top-heavy, disproportionate increase in this type of home compared with the existing conventional properties in Great Bricett. And I go along with the report that I would opt for getting more affordable homes than the two that we're being offered with this development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for the objector? No? Okay, thank you very much for that. Okay, we don't have a supporter here, but we do have the agent or the applicant. I've got two names down here. My apologies, I've got Richard Boother and Nick Laister. But over to you.
Yes, Richard Boother from RPS, representing the applicant flying solo today. Thank you, Chair. As the case officer has rightly pointed out in his report, the subject of this application does have the benefit of an extant outline planning permission for residential development. The broader principle of residential development on the site in relation to access to local services and facilities, sustainability, impact on the local highway network and parking, drainage and loss of employment land has therefore been established. This proposal for mobile homes has come forward because the original proposal has not proved to be viable from the landowner's point of view. Critically, we say that the proposal does compromise affordable housing, and we draw on the MPPF definition of affordable housing and several recent clear appeal decisions to support our position on this matter. As Mr Price has also said, this application has previously been before both planning committees, and on each occasion we have listened very carefully to the debate and amended the proposals or provided additional information where required. In particular, we've improved the landscaping along the southern boundary of the site. We've provided, notwithstanding falling the definition of affordable housing, a commuted sum for off-site provision of affordable housing. We've provided an on-site shop available for residents of the park and the wider community. We've ensured the park homes will meet or exceed British standards for energy efficiency. We'll fit each unit with 100 amp electricity supply and air-to-water heat pumps. We'll fit all visitor spaces with EV charging points and have the option for EV charging points for each of the units. We've provided further information on local bus services, the need for the accommodation provided, and how the purchase of homes can be financed, how the site will be lit, how foul drainage will be dealt with on site. And most recently, we've responded receptively to the very late request for a contribution towards secondary school transport. The 69 units can be counted towards the Council's housing land supply. The Ministry of Housing, Local Government and Communities guidance note from September 2020 makes clear, as does a number of High Court cases and planning appeal decisions, that this is the case. The units will provide affordable single-storey homes that are aimed at older people, but which are underprovided in the area and will complement the adjacent Park Home site. As a final point, I'd like to emphasise that this development will be brought forward by Birches Group, which is a family-run business. RPS act for a number of large park home developers, and it is our opinion that Birches are the most considerate and high-quality operator. It has an exceptional reputation for developing and operating sites and developing sites with long-term vision, and I trust the committee will reconsider its previous decisions and approve this application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that. Do we have any questions at all for the agent? Yes, Councillor Mansell.
I think it's more a question for the officer, but it's been triggered by what the agent just said. The agent said that the 69 homes do count towards a housing land supply, and that is at complete odds with what we heard from the officer previously. So could we have that confirmed one way or the other, despite the fact it may be an insignificant number, but I'd still like to know which is correct.
I can confirm that Robert Hobbs, our planning policy manager, has confirmed that we do not include them. I think the point being made by Mr. Boother is that some authorities do, but categorically we do not.
Thank you for that. Any other questions for the applicant? No? Okay, so I'm now going to move on. Thank you for that. We now move on to the ward member, Councillor Daniel Pratt, and I'll read out, he can't be here today, so he's asked me to read this out. As the ward member for Great Bricett, I'm writing to affirm my position in that I remain opposed to the planning application to site 69 homes on the business park. The resubmission of this application fails to address concerns. It has not resolved the problems of scale posed by the number of dwellings, only 4 less units compared to the original application. With 69 dwellings, the site is overcrowded, creating an environment that undermines the well-being of future inhabitants. The number of dwellings is also highly unsustainable for a settlement of hamlet classification. The number of dwellings is far higher than the range needed to accommodate natural growth and local need. I previously highlighted at length reasons for objecting based on sustainability, such as enhanced pressure on poor infrastructure, drainage concerns, lack of a shop and facilities, and oversubscribed health services. The applicant had cited examples of precedent cases that support their application, but failed to highlight how the nature and situation of sites in these cases are appropriate or bear any semblance to the context and situation of this proposal. It was noted in the Planning B Committee meeting held on October the 29th, councillors had resolved to reject the application on the basis that the mobile homes have a short lifespan of a maximum of 70 years, were practically unmortgageable and would not benefit people in the under 40 age group, which includes most families. In this way, the proposal fails to provide a viable, affordable housing solution that meet local need. Simultaneously, the applicant has submitted planning application DC 21-06987 for 51 dwellings that originally granted permission in 2019 but due to expire. This proposal would provide conventional permanent homes with 35% affordable housing accessible to younger citizens and families. It also provides a larger proportion of green and open space compared to the application for 69 mobile homes. I take the view that if we are to have development on this scale in Great Bricett at all, it would be in the best public interest to refuse the current proposal for mobile homes, in the view that we gain 18 affordable homes that are both permanent and mortgageable from the recently resubmitted proposal for the site. Thank you for the consideration, Dr. Daniel Pratt, Ward Member for Rickenshire and Battersford. Okay, so that's it, folks. We've had everything put before us, all the information. It's up to us to discuss and come to a conclusion. Councillor Eburns, straight off.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I just want to say that I think it's a shame that this has been such a drawn-out application and that all the people that are putting work into it, whether it's the applicant, residents, parish councils, planning officers and so on, to be at a committee 3 different occasions is it's just unfortunate, and I think we should acknowledge the work that goes into these type of applications. However, I'm of the view that I think this is inappropriate here. I think we need, you know, if Great Bricett is going to have any housing, it does need some affordable homes and some housing that meets the needs of the local population. And I'm sure these people do good developments, but they will, if this went ahead, they would have a kind of 150 odd park homes all becoming, you know, available for one sort of section of the population, as it were, and it would not be appropriate in such a small village. So, Chair, I'd be happy to propose this refusal in line with the officer recommendations, and happy to hear from others on the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yep, Councillor Matheson.
Yes, I mean, I think the policy argument is strong. What clinches it for me really is the undesirability of having a settlement of 150 park homes out there in the countryside, or hamlet, I think we were told. So I've got no hesitation in actually seconding that, and I think we can view with equanimity, let's say, that we might get a continuing and expanded business on this site, or we might get the houses and the affordables, and either way would be better than approving this one. Thank you.
Councillor Field and Councillor Passmore.
Similar comments, really. I do feel that 140 affordable homes really does skew the local accommodation to a particular form, and what we really want is mixed villages with a range of individuals, a range of different sized houses matching their economic positions and needs. So I find that a problem. I do feel the probability of the 50 houses being delivered seems to be rather low, but nevertheless it would be a more attractive position to local people, as the ward member has explained. So I'm inclined to go along with the rejection.
Thank you. Councillor Passmore.
Yeah, thanks, Matthew. I'm not going to repeat what everybody else has said, and I know we have to look at each application on its own merits, and that's really, really important. And I'm not in favour of this one. I can't see any reason to go against the recommendation of the officers in this case. As I say, I'm looking at it entirely on its own merits, and we don't have an application for normal construction, brick-built houses and so on. We prefer that, but actually I think for the reasons stated here, and for the fact that if we were to give this one, I think there would be a degree of inconsistency without sufficient mitigation to justify it. So that's my opinion.
Thank you. And just to add to my bit, I think the officers presented a very clear application before us, and the reasons laid out, to me, I agree wholeheartedly with. And so, without going through it all again, I'll support the officers' recommendation as well. Okay, so I think no one else wishes to speak, so I think we're going to go to a vote. So can you just remind us what we're being asked to decide, please?
So, Chairman, the recommendation is on page 605 of your agenda that the application be refused, and there's a full-length reason for refusal there. If you also refer to your table papers on the third page of that, page 9, third item on that, there is an additional request for a revised recommendation to refuse permission on an additional ground that includes reference to the failure to adequately mitigate impact of development in respect of demand on educational services, and the context is set out there. So effectively you have a longhand reason for refusal on page 605, and on page 9 you have a summary which officers will work up as a reason for refusal as full text. Chairman.
Thank you, Chair. Members, that vote is now in progress. Councillor Field. Thank you. Thank you, members. Chair, that is 8 votes for refusal. That's carried.
Okay, thank you very much. That's unanimous. Okay, so final item on the agenda is site inspections. Do we have any site inspections requests that need to be recorded to the committee?
None received, Chair.
Okay.
I realise that I omitted to say this time on the Bacton application that I went on the site visit with the other committee back in the day, 2019 or 18 or something. Should have said that again. Sorry, I forgot.
That's
all
fine.
right with
I think
Mr.
if you're on you're in another committee at a different time, that's fine. Okay. Okay, everyone. Well, thank you very much for joining us today. We close the meeting, and you'll notice now both clocks say the same time, which is a breakthrough at 15:14. Thanks, everyone.